Hey there, hi there, folks. Hello, hello. It's the beginning of another lovely show. Hey there, Sharka, Doom Train, Rahelm, French Fry Apocalypse, Mojira, Canine Mancer, Explosive Ash, Cross Up MK, excuse me, Luigi Head, Slacks Time, Orphan of Cthulhu. Yeah, the good old FTL music bops. We're most of the way through the week. That means it's our last day of Spire Challenge for the week. Tomorrow we're going to be making a variety day on Saturday, as is tradition for this year. I don't know if I'm going to keep the variety day on Saturday for the whole year necessarily, probably, or beyond that. But I'm really liking how it fits into my schedule now. It's just really, really relaxing to just kind of do whatever it is that I want on the Saturday streams. One momento. Let's get Spire started here. Hey there, Kizdog. Let's get some silent runs going. Actually, I don't remember where we left off. I feel like we had a double bomb silent last, didn't we? I feel like that's true. Let's have a quick look at the run history here. Yesterday was a crazy day in the Spire. Truly absurd. Yeah, we beat the Corrupt Heart with 1 hit point. It says 2, but that's only because we got 1 hit point after beating it from the Face of Cleric. This silent deck just barely had what it took to win here. Just enough max health thanks to Face of Cleric. Just enough damage to kill before the heart attacked for 12 times 15, I think it was, or something absurd. Just enough healing to get through. We barely beat Shield and Spear. They actually did 79 damage to us. Because I refused to use my potions, insisting that they would be important for the heart, and they were. Tom. Tamagathericon, thanks for the 52 months of support. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the precipitate. That's right. Remember, if you've got problems, you should become a chemist, because they have all the solutions. Congrats on your first A20 heart win with the silent JS Valley. Kizdog says, what's the hardest ascension level that gets added? I have long held that the worst of the ascensions is Ascension 10, where you add the Ascender's Bane Curse. That -1 card draw in every single combat just leads to some really brutal hands from beginning of the game to the very end, and consistently puts you behind just enough to be really detrimental. I think this is definitely the worst one. But since we last had a silent victory, we're up to Defect now in the rotation. So we'll be playing Defect on Ascension 20. Looking to, as ever, persist in our Slay the Spire Mastery Challenge, where the goal is to win the game with all the different cards that exist. In order to master a card, we have to win the game, beat the Corrupt Heart on Ascension 20, that is, with 2 or more instances of that card in the deck. And we have a handy-dandy mastery mod created by BE, which actually shows us which cards are not mastered by displaying the not mastered text above them. Once a card has cleared the game successfully, it loses that tag and displays normally. Sleepy Luna, thanks for the full heckin' year. Holy, holy. Holy moly. Yeah, still not mastered Strike on Defect. Still haven't mastered Train Steward in Monster Train either. I'm waiting for the run. Going to be a first floor Train Steward. I'm talking about Monster Train now, of course. Why am I doing that at the start of the Spire run? Because I can. Because that's where the Mastery Challenge comes from, I guess. That's why. So, early elites in Act 1, pretty difficult for most characters, but Defect, better than others, can really do it. Ooh, and I see we have one of the best starting bonuses the Defect can have, which is a Remove 2. As you might expect from the Not Mastered label on our strike card, I think the best Remove 2 for Defect is Dunk 2 Strikes. This way you have Steal 2 Strikes, most importantly Zap and Dual Cast, which are the better sources of damage, and your 4 defends. From there, you can continue to remove strikes, or maybe take out 1 defend. I think this is one of the strongest starting bonuses by far. Definitely going to take it here. Fighting the Guardian, which further incentivizes more block cards and less attack cards. Mysteriosum says, I've been trying to get a forced win streak with Watcher. I'm 3 now, but only because of some non-trivial save scumming. Practice, practice. For me, it's all about early defend removes, and then adding scry, card draw, and energy efficiency. Upgrade that Eruption. Remove as many starter cards as possible. Try to limit the number of cards you add. Keep the deck small and upgraded. Hello, King Pinch Stream. Does Meteor Strike count towards Perfected Strike? Yes, and so does Thunder Strike. How are we even supposed to master Zap? Dolly's Mirror works, Tyler G8. You can also get a second copy from the Match and Keep event, which can be encountered occasionally in question mark rooms. We can't get a second copy of Dual Cast from that, however, so the only way to master Dual Cast is with Dolly's Mirror or a Duplication Shrine. By the way, we already did that. As well as several other things that require duplications to master, like the Ascender's Bane, also mastered. The last card to ever be mastered in Monster Train will be Train Steward. I believe it. That's right, you can get Zap but not Dual Cast from Match and Keep. Likewise, you can get Eruption but not Vigilance, and Neutralize but not Survivor. Which colorless card will be the hardest to master? I guess it's not Bomb. I would have thought Bomb would be one of the more difficult ones, but we crossed that off the list yesterday. I think Transmutation and, yes, Forethought will be pretty difficult. But I think we're also going to randomly pick up colorless card masteries from the Pick 3 event in Act 3. That's going to help a lot with those. Because we may be offered 2 of the same card at the same time. We can just snap them up. Easy. Still have to win, though, with 2 stinky cards. That could be a problem. And a dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of Salad Fart. Did you know that I'm trying to learn binary? So far, I've only learned a bit. Last question that remains. I think we want to go 4 combats. Since we dunked a couple starter cards, we'd like to look at a few more card rewards. Ideally, I'd like to fight these 2 elites. In practice, let's mark that in red. In practice, I expect we'll go this way. Okay, that's good enough. That joke bites. All right, the downside of removing 2 strikes rather is that sometimes we'll draw no offense when we really needed it, but we'll very consistently have block available. which is quite nice. Very nice. Zap and dual cast together is 16 damage for 2 energy, compared to 2 strikes is only 12 damage for 2 energy. And you can even upgrade with the zap and or the dual cast for better results. Since we removed all of our starting damage, it would behoove us to add some damage back in, and I am a huge fan of Floor 1 Cold Snap. Not only is it a really good strike replacement for us, channeling a Frost Orb for consistent block, it really helps Defect edge out with a little bit of extra block against the easy pool encounters of Act 1. So it's going to save you health in immediate term. Very quickly you'll save health with the Cold Snap as Defect. Recursion's cool, but a bit more restrictive. Recursion says, evoke your next orb, then channel the orb that you just evoked. Simply added to the starting deck, Recursion is effectively another copy of Zap. Sort of. You evoke a lightning orb and get a new lightning orb. You do 8 damage to 1 random target for 1 energy. That's not a very good deal, ultimately. You'd much rather have a ball lightning, much rather have a cold snap. The good news is Recursion does upgrade to 0 cost, which is quite a powerful upgrade. If you're going to take one of these cards, you really ought to upgrade it. But why would we do that when we could upgrade Zap and dual cast first? This would be third in line to be upgraded. It's not particularly worthwhile. Not right now, anyway. But when you see upgraded recursions in Acts 2 and 3, I think they're a lot more worth considering. Certainly not here, though. Snake, we've been thanking you a lot. I don't think we're going to be thanking you today, although I could take the curse and go to this shop, and then do Elite Fire Elite this way. Problem is, we're then forced into another shop after that shop. Although we will fight 3 elites, so I'll actually gain a whole nother 100 gold before that shop. That's actually pretty good. Let's mark this in yellow for the gold path. We go to a shop, we get rid of the curse immediately, and we can buy a relic, right? This gives 150 gold. So we'd go to 269. Nice. Which is enough for 75 and a relic or shop relic. Common relic or shop relic. Do either of these formations. Neat. And again, with 3 elites each dropping an average of 30 gold, this second shop will be worth going to as well. I think going to an early shop significantly improves our odds in the first elite matchup and makes it much more likely that we can successfully do 3 elites. You know what? I'll thank the Snake again. Thank you, Snake, for the money. I agree. The most fulfilling of lives is the one where you are the richest person in the world, or something. And now I can buy a Hyper Beam. Or a Defrag. Or an Enlightenment. There's no use for an Enlightenment. Hyper Beam is one of the best early attack cards on Defect. I'm also a huge fan of Equilibrium. As a block card. It's just really efficient. 13 block for 2 energy. Notably better than Flame Barrier, better than the base value of Glacier, even. Better than quite a few other things for the other characters. Better than Protect is. Some good stuff. Could buy the Toolbox. Toolbox is a very strong relic, letting us look at 3 colorless cards on turn 1 and choose one of them. Can't buy Hyper Beam and Beam Cell, sadly. But we could do Defragment Equilibrium. That doesn't exactly do a lot of damage to our enemies, though. We'll go ahead and buy the Hyper Beam. Very, very strong card for the Defect. The earlier you get a Hyper Beam, the more impactful it really is. And here's why I said Cold Snap would save us health in the early pool encounters of Act 1. 2 defends is 10 block. Jarworm is attacking for 12. We need exactly 2 more block to full block this attack, but we also want to do damage to Jarworm. Enter Cold Snap, doing exactly both of those things. It's perfect. Ooh, rebound. Rebound plus hyper beam equals everyone's dead. Streamline seems redundant with hyper beam. Go for the eye is also pretty good, allowing us to weaken enemies and being a zero-cost attack, but I think rebound is just way too good. First of all, it's a decent attack in its own right. 9 damage, 1 energy, good stuff. It's like Pummel Strike. But it doesn't draw a card like Pummel Strike. It might let you redraw an important card, though, and that's just as good. All right, Hyper Beam, I believe. Please appear in my hand. Thank you. Get blapped. Ooh, free Frost Orbs. Chill is one of my favorites. It's a little bit weird with the Hyper Beam, but still really good. Hyper Beam ends up being something that we play usually to finish fights or only in some fights. We won't be playing it in boss fights, for example. Although we will need a secondary damage plan then. That makes Melter worth at least considering as another decent attack here. Works really well on Guardian and is an uncommon that we haven't mastered yet, so is worth picking up for that reason. But I'm feeling chill. Cool-headed rebound can be a thing too, that's true. It's more persistent Frost Orb generation, but a little bit slow momentum-wise. You're spending 1 energy on 2 block immediately, so unless the card draw is useful, it's not that good. Take the chill. Double Hyper Beam, double reprogram, I want to believe. Oh, we are fighting Lega first. I should have bought that defrag. Dang it. It's fine. The Jackster, thanks for 28 months of support. Orbs are very effective against Lagavulin, so we probably don't want to play Hyper Beam the first time we see it. I think I'll wait one more turn here. Get rid of this Sender's Bane. Ugh. Alright, that's fine. Wake up! I think we rebound the Cold Snap. This turn's gonna hurt. Maybe wanted to dual cast before I rebound Cold Snap as well. Here we can just go Cold Snap, defend, defend. Take comparatively little. Next fight we'll have an upgraded Hyper Beam. This will be the most difficult fight we deal with. Could potentially rebound Hyper Beam next turn, but that alone won't be enough, huh? We would deal 35 plus 24. Which is 59. If we strike, we're at 65, so if we have to play this strike here. And then if we rebound Hyper Beam next turn, Hyper Beam strike the following turn, we win. But we're dependent on drawing an attack card in the remaining 3 cards. We'll see how this goes. Dang it. Did not get there, unfortunately. So we take another big hit here. But we had a good chance at lethal with this lineup. There were 4 draws out of 9. And we're drawing 3, so pretty good odds. We have lethal, we do not, because we have -3 focus. So the zap does 0 damage. Unfortunately, dual cast is slightly more block than defend though, so we'll go dual cast Hyper Beam. Good news is we got a regen potion. Alright. Like I said, I should have taken the defrag, based on who we got. However, we get an Essence of Darkness, a very good damage potion. We get a War Paint, which will upgrade 2 of our skills, meaning even if we rest here, we'll still be ahead on upgrades. And we can add another Cold Snap, or a Leap, or a Stack. Since we didn't take the Cool-Headed, I actually really like double Cold Snap here. We upgrade 2 defends, no zap, no dual casts, no chill, unfortunately. That's fine. And because I have the regen potion, I'm going to upgrade Hyper Beam to be 34 damage to all. This with rebound is the winner. This is also a fight where we could prolong it to get a lot of healing. That sounds good. Don't even want to play Zap. Just rebound the Cold Snap? Just rebound Cold Snap. Block for 10. Okay, good. We didn't draw Hyper Beam as good here, because I want to stall and get more healing. That's going to do 34. Let's hit you next. So I could end the fight now, but then our regeneration ceases. Let's do it this way. I'll leave you at 5. Might be a mistake. We'll find out. It was not a mistake. Gonna heal for 2 plus 1. Could take 2 to do it. I think we'll just end the fight now. We get the Mercury Hourglass. 3 damage to all enemies every turn. And Electrodynamics or Equilibrium or Heat Sinks. Wow. Electrodynamics pairs weirdly with Hyper Beam. Feels kind of overkill / redundant. Equilibrium looks real nice, though, because then we can hold on to Hyper Beam for later turns. I really think Equilibrium Rebound really pair nicely as well. Yeah, exactly. Electro and Hyper Beam are kind of two sides of the same coin. Which is not to say that it's impossible to have a deck that utilizes both of them. It's just that they're two different tools that accomplish the same means, and we even have a relic that's also accomplishing that same means, so it really feels like overkill. Grab the Equilibrium. It's one of my favorite uncommons on Defect. Alright, event before the shop or event after the shop? There's no floor restrictions on events this act. I guess it's a question of how many more combats do I want that aren't this elite. Feels like we've mostly built a successful deck. How is this going to do in Act 2 as it is? Dependent on Hyper Beam, but otherwise will perform quite nicely. That to me says go this way. Small chest with a pen nib. Pen nib Hyper Beam? You betcha. You betcha. Alright, this is an acceptable use case for the Essence of Darkness. I could try holding onto this potion for a long time, but I don't think I want to. Oh, Mercury Hourglass. Shoot. It's like, why did that wake up? Because Mercury Hourglass did 3 damage. Okay. That's fine. This might work out. Yeah, it is going to work out. Fine by me. Still went quite well, though. Now we get healing per combat. We're offered a boot sequence, a heat sinks, or a static discharge. This deck would love a boot sequence. Boot sequence Equilibrium's quite nice. Boot sequence would maybe let us remove 1 defend next. It's not that good against Guardian, but I'm not worried about Guardian. We'll take a boot sequence. Very good Act 2 card. Unfortunately, we can't afford orange pellets at the shop, but we could afford a Carter move. Or a charge battery, or a double energy. But not a master of strategy. If only the chest had contained money, we'd actually be able to buy that. Oh well. Now that we've added Equilibrium Boot Sequence and 2 Cold Snaps, yeah, let's remove one of these defends. Don't think I want an unupgraded Double Energy. One of those cards that seems nice, but can really contribute to dead draws, where you're not able to do anything meaningful with your turn, and those are bad times. We're actually not even all that good for upgrades. I will upgrade our Zap, I think. Actually, we have enough Orb Gen. Maybe Dual Cast is a better upgrade? They're both pretty good. I'll upgrade the Zap. And take my events. Slime Goop. Trade some health for money, don't mind if I do. And a merchant. Number 3, offering a self-repair. That's funny, a fossilized helix. I might want to buy a potion so that I don't have to rest, quite frankly. But then we can also afford self-repair? Yeah, self-repair and a potion sounds great. I think we're safest against Guardian with a fire potion. Yeah, because once we... Our block is so consistent. Once we transform initially, we'll be fine. So yeah, let's take the fire potion and the self-repair. I can't spell good, thanks for the 3 months. Loving the Mastery Challenge and the content in general. Been able to get your first A20 heart kills on Ironclad and Silent thanks to the channel. That's awesome to hear. Heck yeah. Why don't we buy healing? That's right. And now I can upgrade this for 10. Perfect. That'll be a really good way to get through Act 2. How's it going, P. Guerra? We do modded content on the channel once a month or so. Not all that often, but certainly sometimes. Generally speaking, mods show up on the channel when the sub bar below my face fills up. We'll have a modded community day. We do stuff like community races, checking out Downfall. Last time we played, we checked out the Packmaster, and that was super enjoyable. Keep these block cards. Not 100% sure how this is going to go. Essentially, either play Hyper Beam or use the Fire Potion are my options. Pretty happy using the Fire Potion. Yeah, let's just use the Fire Potion. This is what we bought it for. Might want to pen nib the Hyper Beam, but at the same time, if I do that, our orbs will stop working, so it's really hard to want to do that. Really want that persistent bonus from the orbs each turn to make this fight a bit more comfortable. So, heck the pen nib. Need these orbs to keep doing work. It's also important to damage Guardian a little bit during these curl-up turns, because the Guardians, the amount of damage required to transform the Guardian increases by 10 each time they exit defensive mode. So if you only damage them when they're in offensive mode, it will keep increasing the threshold eventually to the point where you're unable to stop the big attack from occurring. So for example, this time we need to do 60 damage to transform, and that's a lot more difficult without the Hyper Beam. However, we can start to use the Hyper Beam, because the Guardian is almost dead here. We can just rebound it this turn, if we draw it, which we didn't. Bummer. Yeah, in fact, without using the Hyper Beam, we are unable to transform now. So we have to take the hit. Or play Hyper Beam. a strike. Boop. Good fight. You can see that we didn't take a single point of damage, aside from needing to use the fire potion, which is why we bought it. There it is, the second Hyper Beam, or a Core Surge to go alongside Hyper Beam, or the second Electrodynamics had we taken that. It's pretty cool. Valorant Sky, thanks for 19 months, another cozy month of games, and Remlap, thanks for 10 months in the Prime sub. I'm thinking our second game today is going to be some Brotato. That's how I'm feeling today. So that's probably what we'll switch to a bit later on. Hard to argue with Core Surge Hyper Beam. Core Surge, it not only does decent damage, but then lets us play Hyper Beam without losing our focus, and that's pretty sweet. That said, second Hyper Beam to start to get Mastery also looks very tempting. And 2 Hyper Beams will let us really clobber Act 2. I'm gonna grab the Hyper Beam. And we get either Philosopher's Stone, gain additional energy but give enemies extra strength. Not one of my favorites, particularly not as Defect, but maybe takeable here. Black Star gets us extra relics off elites. Although Book of Stabbing is a problem. Or Pandora's Box, transform all our strikes into defends. We only have 5 strikes and defends, and 2 of the defends are upgraded. Those upgrades won't persist to the transformed cards. So I'm thinking probably not Pandora's Box. Probably yes, Black Star? But energy is also real good, like. Take Black Star. How many elites can we fight? 3. Is it even reasonable to do so? Not really. Shops aren't particularly reasonable either. Dang. At least we have self-repair. That's the good news. Self-repair will definitely keep us alive. For some time. Less combat sounds better here. We want to get a couple of it, maybe a potion for the elite, but otherwise we're pretty good here. Not bad. Go for the eye seems like our sort of card. Fusion could be interesting too, with 2 Hyper Beams. Problem is paying for it up front is difficult to do. Hey there, Meg-chan. We're doing our best. We gotta get to the end of the run still, which is easier said than done, certainly, from this position. But I've got belief. Really wish that Go for the Eyes was a beam cell. I'll still take it. So good for setting up Pen Nib. Ooh, bonus strength on turn 1. Or we can transform 2 more cards. With double Hyper Beam, I wouldn't mind getting rid of dual cast, quite frankly. Do I have to master curses? Yes. Yes, I do. Jax is also cute. But not very helpful, I don't think. So, transform 2, or take the 3 strength on turn 1. We only get 4 potential attack cards turn 1, because we have boot sequence. It really doesn't seem like a great attacking turn for us, most of the time. Let's transform dual cast and one of the strikes? Yeah. Oh. Well, those seem like improvements. We now have a Seek and a Skim, and a strong desire to find a turbo or other energy-generating card. Indeed, Rip Strike. That is why you do the Transform, and why I often say the Transform 2 is one of the best options at the Augmenter. The potential to get absurdly good cards is so high. Actually, probably not Seek Plus? Well, maybe Seek Plus. Okay, yes, Seek Plus. I'm not taking a pain right now. That's definitely not tolerable going into an elite fight here. Let's do this, and then duplicate Seek on the next floor. Oh, it's birds. I guess that's fine. That first. No biggie, though. We'd like to set up the... Oh, there it is. Beam Cell, Seek Plus, Beam Cell, Hyper Beam, Rebound. Here we go. What was I saying? I'd like to set up Pen Nib for the elite fight. That's what I'm trying to say. Actually, don't really want this Power Potion because these two potions together are very good. Also, Ancient Potion Hyper Beam is quite good. So, skip. Yeah, Bottled Lightning next, please. Simply draw your Hyper Beam twice. Easy. Skim. Oh, perfect. Equilibrium boot sequence, please. Could block Frail here. Might be better to block Vulnerable. That's also a use for this Ancient Potion. Depending on how the draws go. Shell Parasite unfortunately attacks every turn, so there's not a whole lot I can do to stop it. Yeah, definitely the easiest thing to do here is to Ancient Potion this debuff. We can do something like Chill, Beam Cell, Rebound, Cold Snap. Defend. We block for 6 plus 3 Frost Orbs, take 0 damage from the Shelled Parasite. We don't get Self-Repair in play, but that's fine. If you have Artifact and use Hyper Beam, what gets blocked by the Artifact? The focus down of the Hyper Beam would be blocked, and then we'd immediately get vulnerable. Actually, wait. Good question. I'm not 100% sure about that answer, by the way. Makes sense as I have this theory that Frail shouldn't be 25%. It's too much. I think what you're seeing is that Frail has unfavorable rounding on many player block cards, specifically defends. Apply Frail to a defend, it goes from 5 to 3 because of the rounding. That's actually a 40% reduction, not a 25% reduction. But because you can't have can't have a fractional block value, you lose some extra there. But a Defend Plus only goes to 6, so both Defend Plus and Defend Minus get their block reduced by 2 with Frail. It's kind of interesting. I really think this Ancient Potion might be nice in the next fight. Okay, let's do it. And the Seek is on the bottom. Bummer. Alright, I am going to KO you. We can actually just full block this anyway? That sounds best. Didn't do the 31 on this turn. That's the good thing. going to try to reset Pen Nib back up to 9-ish here. Slowly but surely. Actually, don't want to do too much damage, hilariously. There we go. Okay, that was much better than using the potion. We didn't take any damage. We got the self-repair in play. If we were missing health, we'd even gain some here. And we set Pen Nib to 9 for the elite fight. That went pretty well. Fusion's back. Don't I want it 8 for Beam Cell first? I guess that only really matters for Book of Stabbing. And we're not guaranteed to draw Beam Cell and Hyper Beam. In the event that I draw only Hyper Beam, I really want it to do double damage. Now that we have Skim, Fusion is a lot more appealing. I have no upgrades in the near future, though. I cannot afford 2 energy up front for Fusion. No way. It is the Book of Stabbing. And I didn't draw Hyper Beam at all. Book of Stabbing is by far the worst matchup for this deck, and I wouldn't say this was a particularly good turn 1 either, so here's what I'm going to do. Rebound if I defend. Okay. Give me Beam Cell, go for the eyes. Beam Cell, rebound, go for the eyes. That's a lot of damage. Yes. Don't even need to play the self-repair, but I will for the flex. Actually, no, I'm going to play Cold Snap because Pen Nib matters more now. Alright, well, that Book of Stabbing fight went really well. We got a Regal Pillow. If we have to rest, which we won't, we'll heal 15 more health. And an Emotion Chip. If we lost health on our previous turn, all of our orbs will activate at the start of the next turn. And I'm going to take a Hologram, which can let us get a card out of the discard pile, such as Beam Cell or Hyper Beam. Meg Chan, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. I say we go for another elite. That went almost too well. Give me a relic. It's an Akabeko. Our first attack each combat now does 8 additional damage. You'd love to see it. Well, I got bad news, Gremlin Leader. Like, really bad news. Truly terrible news for you, actually. Guess we go hologram? Sounds right. Not just Pen Nibbed Hyper Beam, but Pen Nib plus Beam Celled Hyper Beam. Plus 1 more turn of vulnerable. Turbo sure would be nice. But who needs turbo when you've got cards like these? Lantern. Lantern's basically like a turbo. Now we have 1 more energy on turn 1. And we could take another hologram or another go for the eyes, or none of the above because they're not upgraded. Let's go with none of the above because they're not upgraded. Good talk. So far, so good. My only worry is that we might have to fight another Book of Stabbing. Kunai is amazing. If this deck plays 3 attacks in 1 turn, we'll gain a point of dexterity. With zero-cost attacks like Go for the Eye and Beam Cell, that's awesome. It's even better with Hologram, too. Makes us want to upgrade the hologram. But how do we fare against Snake Plant? Pretty well from the looks of it. Exceedingly well, in fact. Get me... Cold Snap and, I guess, Skim. Keep some more cards in my hands. Should have kept that beam cell in my hands. My bad. Really want Pen Nib on 9 here. Dang it. Okay, that's fine. We have self-repair 10. This is still worth setting up. There we go. Third, electrodynamics. Actually a pretty good sweeping beam. Not a bad steam barrier either. Steam barrier with kunai is pretty sweet. But I want the upgraded sweeping beam. It's AoE damage and card draw. And because we were able to set up Pen Nib Akabeko, I think we go this way. And take on the Burning Elite here. Just enough for a card remove. Or a Steam Barrier, or a Dark Shackles. Or a Potion. But you know what? I like me a card remove. Not Super Book of Stabbing. Please and thank you. Excellent. Maxell Slavers. Meet Super Beam. Doo-doo-doo. Alright, not the greatest turn otherwise, unfortunately. Let's see. Hyper Beam weakened will do not that much. Good news is, the motion chip. Or something. Give me the beam cell and the hyper beam. Thanks. Beam cell, hologram, beam cell, hyper beam. No prob. We get back to full health with a blood vial. Easy. Get a toy ornithopter, healing 5 on potion use. A lizard tail, healing us to half health if we would ever die. And the second rebound. Somebody said double hyper beam, double rebound for this run. I think it might be true. Leap Plus is also quite good with the kunai. But heck, let's take this rebound. The glorious scroll bar. Duplication Potion. Reboot. Shuffle all your cards into the draw pile and draw 4. Interesting. Glacier is here, but Glacier actually doesn't feel that good with the double hyper beams. We're definitely not going to get through the bronze automaton fight without hyper beaming a couple of times. Green key and the potion. I think I can tweak it so that that doesn't happen, actually, the scroll bar. But I like the scroll bar. Scroll bar is our friend. I don't know if I want that reboot. We haven't mastered it, though. Good reason to take it. I think I want to upgrade Hologram to make this reusable. We're still lacking an energy generating card, which is going to hurt us a little bit. But only a little bit. Do Hyper Beam reboot Hyper Beam again? Do I have any illusions that I can get through this fight without just spamming Hyper Beam a lot? No, not really. Get him, Kunai. They're going to steal Hyper Beam and Seek. Bummer. Guess I have to rebound Hyper Beam, huh? That seems fine. This turn hurts a bit, though, yeah? Seek being in my hand's not even a good thing here. I could skim then Seek for... Actually, yeah, let's do that. Because I can get Kunai and... Boot Sequence. Hmm. 58 damage headed our way next turn. We can always guarantee to survive that, at least. I think we kill before this becomes a real problem. Pretty sure. Pendant Beam Cell? I think what we do is Pendant Hyper Beam, then play Beam Cell, as weird as that feels. These orbs do nothing. Good. Go for the eyes here. Shall we block a little bit? Seems quite reasonable. Alright, we essentially have 2 turns from here to win this fight. Should be pretty doable. Sweeping Beam, Super Beam. Actually. Maybe I needed to dupe that. Nah, we live. Thanks to Kunai, we're okay. Show you a Hyper Beam. GG. Triple Beam. Our card draw is pretty nice for a deck like this. Still missing the energy. But Machine Learning could absolutely help. Creative AI feels counterintuitive with the Hyper Beams debuffing our focus. It could do some things, but it's very likely to generate powers that are bad. The good news is, though, what we could do is, in boss fights where we need to scale up, we use the Creative AI instead of the Hyper Beams. That actually seems pretty good. We won't be able to find Orange Pellets Napalm Shimmer. We already saw it in a shop earlier. So that's forever off limits. Isn't it too slow? It can be, yeah. But it's faster than what we have now. So maybe one creative AI on its own doesn't do it, but in conjunction with other stuff, it could be. That said, the machine learning is also, like I said, very tempting. It's quite broadly useful. We're doing kunai things. Let's take the machine learning. It's easy enough to use. And we're offered Fusion Hammer, Astrolabe, Empty Cage. Takeable Fusion Hammer. I don't love it. We've already gotten rid of most of the cards that Astrolabe or Empty Cage would affect, though. We have a 1 unupgraded Defend and no dual cast. So it sounds to me like we should take more energy here. This will let us play double Hyper Beam or just more stuff in general. It's going to make the kunai a lot more effective and faster, too. Dr. Kintabor, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Now it's going to be even harder to scale with Focus, but we don't necessarily have to do that. What we do want to do is scale with Relics by killing a lot of elites. Might not even want that rest site. We'll see what our health situation's like. With the self-repair, I doubt we'll need it. So mostly we want to avoid rest sites because they are useless to us. So something like this looks pretty good for a path. Greetings, Darklings! Oh. I didn't draw the thing. Well, one turn then. Greetings, Darklings! Get an Entropic Brew, that's great healing. Second Sweeping Beam plus, another Cold Snap plus. With Fusion Hammer. Actually really like this Sweeping Beam. Give me another upgraded Sweeping Beam. Darth Ziggler, thanks for 2 months of support. That's a lot of Ziglin. This fight's super easy with the Hyper Beams, by the way. Just like, really, really easy. Let's just do it this way. Oh, excellent. Peace Pipe. Oh, okay. Now we can tote cards at rest sites. So rest sites have a use again with Fusion Hammer. That's exciting. Claw, Cool-Headed, or Turbo? I almost want that Claw. Almost. Wait, Turbo. We want Turbo? We want Turbo. We definitely want Turbo. Play self-repair, no problem. Hello? Second machine learning seems even better than the first one. I've already had a run with 2 machine learnings, but this is the sort of deck that really likes to be able to draw 7 per turn. Hello again. And goodbye again. Second Beam Cell Plus. Now that's a 0-cost card we want. Very big kunai enabler, and enables even more vulnerable to happen. I like where this deck is headed quite a lot. Speed Potion could be huge. I like Swift Potion more, though. We're going to get a lot more relics, too. Okay. How do we feel about the current path? Guess I'll remove that basic defend. We could toke the cold snaps. Could toke the cold snaps. Yeah, we could go shop elite rest here to get a removal and look at a store. We missed out on one event and one basic combat. Or actually, yeah, shop fire elite here. Rather than shop elite fire. Zap could also be removed pretty easily, I agree. Alright, what do you got, store? Dolly's Mirror. Oh. Well then. Possibly just the boat thingy, though. Second copy of Seek Plus is exceptional. We could second copy of Reboot or Skim for mastery purposes, but I am pretty concerned with making this run actually work here. Even a second Hologram Plus is a pretty good addition, actually. But Seek is the most obvious addition that would be extremely good for us. Let's do that. Alright, good store. What an FTL. Yeah. We no longer want to go to this shop? Bummer, because we're going. Good talk. $102. Seek machine learning and seek. Just want to play as many cards as possible before this hyper beam to make it do as much damage as possible. $163. Now we draw 7 cards per turn, and we have 3 dexterity. Pretty good. Yes. It's not ideal, but here we are. I don't really want to redraw with the Void here. Healing after. I guess it makes more sense to just do this anyway. Alright, that worked out. Hologram Turbo. Turbo. Boot sequence. Beam cell. Pendant Hyper Beam. Bird Face Turn heals us 2 per power we play. 2 machine learnings now heal for 2, and so does the self-repair, so we continue to be at full health. Gremlin Horn is a card draw and an energy when an enemy dies. Crucially, this will absolutely kill the Reptomancer. And I actually do think I want to charge battery, even though it's an unupgraded block card. We want some stuff to block a little bit better with our kunai here, and a card that generates energy on the next turn seems pretty dang good. Glacier Claw or Ball Lightning, and no thanks. Much rather have a reinforced body. Ooh, Ornamental Fan's great here, but I have to take the Sapphire Key, unfortunately. Seen double orb walkers, but not Mind Bloom. Let's take an event. Ooh, the Sensory Stone lets us look at 3 colorless cards, and these can be very good. Hand of Greed's cute. Finesse is excellent. Dark Shackles is pretty good. Double Finesse. Or better yet, perhaps Finesse Flash of Steel. Discovery is also quite cute. But Finesse Flash of Steel absolutely helps the deck by giving us a 0-cost attack, really good rebound targets in general, just really good stuff to draw off these double machine learnings. Yeah. Since we don't need 2 finesses. No Reptomancer yet. She's afraid. I can tell. Nemesis could be quite tricky, actually. We've done this. Okay, let's keep all that. Seems like a pretty good turn. Oh, Flash of Steel also helps us set up the Pen Nib, which I really like as well. Centennial Puzzles card draw. Happy Flower is more energy. 3rd Sweeping Beam. Plus. I don't think I need 3 of those. 2nd Boot Sequence, probably overkill as well. Okay, and we still have 2 more relics headed our way. Let's recall. And then we can toke, I don't know, Zap at the final rest site. There's Reptomancer. Get absolutely destroyed, Reptomancer. Heck it. Seek Sender's Bane and Zap. Cards I don't want to draw next turn. Dang. Molten Egg and Dreamcatcher together a little bit late. At least we can look at card rewards by resting if we want to. Steam Barrier's back, and I think is quite good. Sunder hits pretty hard, too. If you want a attack that isn't Hyper Beam to play against the big stuff. Steam Barrier seems perfectly fine. Sure. Hand Drill is back. What about Reprogram, though? Oh my goodness. If we upgrade Reprogram, we've got a totally different deck going on. Reprogram is a... Oh wait, I can't upgrade Reprogram. Recycle is the same issue. Not with that attitude. I mean, it's still kind of decent. If only you were cheaper. Frewolo, did you hear about the defect that got a job reclaiming merchandise that hasn't been paid for? They've been coded to reprogram. Let's try it. And now we definitely took Zap. No refunds. Alright, Time Eater. This fight's gonna be weird. Because we have to keep playing a lot of cards, and you gain strength when we do that. So what we have to do here is gain more stats than the Time Eater does. Again, easier said than done, unfortunately. Better to reprogram than Hyper Beam? Probably. No, actually, we need the damage. Hyper Beam, Machine Learning, Machine Learning. Getting both Machine Learnings down early is really good, though. We draw 10 on this turn, but we can only play 5 cards, so we gotta be a little careful. Somewhat like Beam Cell, go for the eyes, Sweeping Beam. Seek Equilibrium. Maybe Turbo, too. Actually, we can play Hyper Beam. Turbo. Want to pen nib the Mega Beam? Definitely. We can do some crazy rebound stuff, though. Rebound the Flash of Steel? Sweeping Beam. Rebound Hologram. Omega Hyper Beam. Oh wait, shoot, I did that wrong. Regular Hyper Beam. In which case, actually just draw this. Can we go for the eyes instead? Yeah. Did that slightly wrong. Thought I had a pen-nibbed Hyper Beam headed my way, but I didn't. You can see that rebounding Hologram allows for some absolute shenanigans. Pretty hype. Cards next turn's a little awkward. Actually, not that bad. Give me more stats. Want to rebound go for the eyes, but I can't without pen nibbing it? Awkward. Guess I won't then. This is a decent time to rebound turbo. I'm just gonna not rebound anything. 21/3 is a difficult number to block. Could just do equilibrium, hologram, equilibrium. We block for not nearly 21/3. Really need that go for the eyes, don't I? Alright, Skim, do your worst. Not bad, not bad. Alright, this has only gotten more uncomfortable for us. Ouch. Please don't debuff me again. It will kill me. In fact, just regular stuff might kill me. Not having our strength scaling is a bit of an issue here. There we go. Three cards next turn. Spooky. Maybe we wanted to use the Swift Potion there. I think we'll be okay, though. 1, 2, 3. Life's good. Okay, Time Eater was difficult, but notably not impossible, and every other enemy should be a lot easier. Namely, Donu Deka here. Excellent. Let's get all the powers down, I guess. Taking 4 is a good thing. We'll draw 10 cards this turn. And unlike in the Time Eater fight, we actually get to use them all. Easy. Let's go Hollow Finesse. Adequate. Anything important to rebound here? Not really. Actually, Reboot looking better and better. Could try scaling Reprogram, I guess. Doesn't Doesn't seem particularly worth it, though. Hyper beam. Do it this way. All right. We are slowly but surely getting places. Even if it only seems to happen every other turn. I think now we want to start rebounding Hyper Beam. Snap first. Steam Barrier. Rebound, Hypo Beam. Kunai has been so good. I'm a little worried it won't be fast enough for Hearts, though. That could be a bit of an issue for us. Guess we'll have to see. Setting up Pennib Akabeko for the Spire Elites probably is going to make my life a lot easier. So what we should do is play 9 more attacks here. And we can let Dekka get block if necessary. The huge amount of card draw each turn should make this pretty straightforward. Yeah, this program is it's just too slow without the upgrade. You can easily see the 1/1 for 1 energy is just not cutting it. But oh well. Not the worst thing. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all this dexterity on the Defect? Will 85 gold be enough to get us anything good? And do we toke another card? We get a card reward if I rest. Or we can toke what? Cold Snap? It's a pretty reasonable toke. Or reprogram. The 10 health does seem good. And since I also get a card reward, I'm going to rest. Leap, Discharge, Barrage. Let's take the health. Take a second skim. We don't have skim mastery. Sure. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, finesse for program defend. Oh, there we go, okay. For a moment there, I was worried. Notably, reprogramming before, playing Finesse and then reprogram to block for 11. Not reprogram Finesse Defend to block for 12. Not Finesse Boot Sequence to block for 12. I must, in fact, take 1 damage here to draw 3 additional cards. Very worthwhile. We also get our orbs to activate again, but that doesn't matter. It's really all about the card draw. We really need to use this Centennial Puzzle for the fight to go well. So that 3 extra draw is huge. Huge, huge. And we got Seek Plus. We can do some major stuff here. Lots and lots and lots of incoming damage. We can do some really fancy stuff this turn. I really wish this turbo said plus on it, though. Cards in discard pile include Hyper Beam. It's pretty much impossible to kill the front one. The spear, that is. It's too much damage required without vulnerable. We can't get Pen Nib again. Are they not dead? I don't see an easy way to get them both. I can kill the shield, but not the spear. Not the spear. I'm trying to figure out how many times we can play Hyper Beam. There's 2 rebounds, another Seek in the draw pile, and a Hologram Plus in our hand. We can do some really crazy stuff with that. Yeah, we'd have to Hologram Hyper Beam, huh? So we what? Seek, rebound, Seek, rebound, hologram. Hologram fetches Hyper Beam. Seek hologram again. Can rebound and seek something. But also rebound turbo. Long play here is to just lose the run? Definitely. There's so many other things we can do. Including just blocking, which might be the reasonable play here. Can I block 60? Maybe. We've got Boot Sequence in the discard pile to work with. And a few other things I can get. That might be the smart play. We don't have to fully block this, actually. We just have to block minus 16, which is the amount of healing we get. So let's look at the blocking line. Seek for Equilibrium. And Seek. Or maybe a Rebound and Seek. I have card draw in my hand. Meg Chan says, Seek to Seek Rebound, Seek number 2, Hyper Beam Turbo, Hyper Beam, Hologram the Hyper Beam. How are you getting Turbo back into your hand if you hollowed the Hyper Beam? Yeah, I don't think you can actually do that order of cards. Yeah, you don't. It's rebound, hyper beam, hollow. You're out of energy already. Okay, so I think I'm going to go with a block this turn line, kill them next turn line, when they don't have 30 block on them. It'll be much easier to decimate them that way. So we're going to seek for equilibrium. Start with equilibrium. Seek an equilibrium. Yeah, seek an equilibrium. Block with this to start. Seek for turbo. Maybe turbo and rebound. Also down for turbo steam barrier. Let's do that. No rebounds. Just simple, effective stuff. Turbo to double machine learning is pretty hype. Break that. Okay, that didn't quite work. Good enough, though, I think. Can't rebound, hyper beam, and play it again. Self-repair needs to be played. Rebound beam is not enough, though. Grr. Oh yeah, we have Gremlin Horn, that's right. Of course, that's going to mean we redraw the Hyper Beam instantly. So I guess we go Hyper Beam Rebound. Rebound Beam Cell? Sure. Adequate. Ice Cream Bag of Preparation is definitely going to help with the heart. And a White Noise Plus or a Defrag. I'll take a White Noise Plus. A Random Power. It even heals us for 2. Yeah, that definitely could have gone worse. We're basically at full health when you account for the potions. And the power healing. So I think this went really, really well for the Elites fight. We have Pennib on 9. Happy Flower on 2. The Relic setup couldn't get any better. But how about our opening draw? It's flawless. As long as there's a Seek, we're good. We probably want to drink these potions sooner rather than later. I need to know what the Entropic Brew contains, in case it's an Ancient Potion or a Power Potion. So we should use the Swift Potion now, is how I see it. Skill Potion, Liquid Bronze. Okay, Liquid Bronze is good. Go for the eyes here means we want to seek for Equilibrium. Definitely. Let's seek Equilibrium White Noise to start. Frag, okay. It's on 9. Do you want to start reprogramming? It's actually not a bad idea. We might as well turbo now because of Ice Cream, I agree. I don't plan on rebooting just yet. Yeah, let's get program and 1 machine learning. Rebound program. Machine learning. Skim. We're going to end up with more card draw. That's fine, because we're retaining. This will also activate our orbs next turn. Although I'm losing focus, so is that good? Maybe we wait. Maybe we wait on their program, so I get a little bit more block here. Beam Cell Cult Stat. Guess we should do this again. Okay, 3 dexterity is a good start. Room in hands. Okay. 3x15's up first. 1 block. Thanks, Emotion Chip. You're the best. Alright, this looks like go for the eyes. We really want to be able to play go for the eyes again. I probably should have rebounded it instead. Definitely Thorn's Pot now, but it heals for 5, so I want to take at least 2 more damage first. Seems like an ideal time to consider the reboot. That's a pretty abysmal draw pile. Likely to draw a void if I hit reboot? Okay. We'll do defend reboot. This could get better, this could get worse. Looks like it got better. Nice. Next turn's a bit spooky, but we have the skill potion to help us out. Okay, that looks pretty good. Seek is here, or Reinforced Body is here. And I want to seek the go for the eyes, probably. Stack's also not half bad, but it is not great. Unupgraded go for the eyes is pretty sad. Alright, debuffs are gone, so now we're able to hang in there a little bit better. We also drew Hyper Beam with Pendant. I think we should definitely do 108 damage. No questions asked. Maybe we should have reprogrammed first, though. I like reprogram Charge Battery Slimed. Stop redrawing those cards. Don't forget, we've got a Lizard Tail. Oh, shoot. Looks like we're about to use it, too. Yep. Sure are. Ouch. Or maybe. Yeah, we are. Okay. So might as well play everything, then. Including Turbo. The fact that the second machine learning took so long to get in play, that's partially my fault and a big mistake. Might be dead here. Yeah, we are. GG. Bummer. Good run, but didn't have enough to take on the heart. That's a real shame. But that is how it goes sometimes. GG, everybody. Fun run. Very fun run. But not a success. Unupgraded reprogram did not cut it. I think if I was to play the heart fight again, I would do double machine learning turn 1 and ignore the reprogram. But quite frankly, without the upgraded go for the eyes, I don't think we can win this fight. We have to be able to stack weaken on the heart, and we can't do it. Do I think Fusion Hammer lost us the run? Not on its own. But it is part of the problem here. Note that had we taken the Philosopher's Stone, the fate here would have been identical over the Black Star. I think Black Star over Philo Stone was 100% correct. It just wasn't quite enough. GG. That's the Spire. It's a tough game. Especially with Defect. Heart runs are very, very challenging. Yeah, Coffee Dripper now. Coffee Dripper would have helped a lot. Just not enough block. He couldn't scale the dexterity fast enough. Very cool run, though. Very, very cool run. Maybe if we take in those plasmas, but I don't know how we get as far as we get without the plasmas. GG. Aggregate instead of Turbo could have helped a lot. The fact that we added Void to our discard pile really, really hurt us. Especially unupgraded Turbo. Oh well. Next up is going to be the Watcher. Before that happens, though, I'm going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water, and grab a quick snack because I am hungry. Back in a few for some more Spire, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Yes, I think taking unupgraded Recycle would have been similarly just way too slow. Way too slow. See you later, BP Whiteout. No worries. Toodaloo. All right, everybody else, I'll be right back. All right, Twitch chat, we are back. Hey there, Kit Gaith. Amazing views of Venus and Jupiter tonight. That's pretty cool. Blap Games, thanks for 3 months of support. Blap. I do love a good blap. If I looked into Spell Rogue, well, if it's just announced, I usually haven't had time to take a look at these sorts of things. Looks pretty cool, though. Coming soon. Curious if that'll be early access or a full release. Neat. My fastest victory? I think I've had a sub 20-minute Ascension 20 heart run. We tried doing speed runs briefly last year during our 400 heart kills challenge. And that was moderately successful. Stooks, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Would you like a rare relic? Peace pipe to start. Interesting. Very interesting. The more removes the better, as they say. I see an interesting possibility here. Is it going to be that kind of run? It could be. It certainly could be. The idea is you remove lots and lots of cards, build super slim, and create essentially an infinite combo using what remains. Any minimalist runs during this challenge? No, my smallest Ascension 20 heart kill victory, I think, was 7 cards. Minimalist is 5, and that's nearly impossible to do at Ascension 20 heart. Very, very hard. We already got pressure points mastered. We don't need to again. An early prostrate can do some interesting things. If I could sculpt an ideal 5-card deck for Ascension 20 heart. Like Rage, Thunderclap, Dropkick. For Ironclad works okay, but it doesn't beat Shield and Spear, so you can't even get to heart with that. I'll take 1 prostrate early. We're gonna have so many cards removed, I think it might work out really well here. Feels like we do need to look at some more cards. Let's get the initial card rewards out of the way. All blocks. All the time. Hardest card to master outside of curses. Jax is going to be pretty difficult. These ain't it. Mind Blast also definitely going to be pretty difficult. Maybe should have played that strike. Nope. Meditate does not an infinite make, but Sanctity is pretty okay. That was Consecrate. Take a Consecrate. Ooh, and let's upgrade some cards. We'll remove everything else. Excellent. And I do mean everything else. There's actually no combats between me and this elite. Funny. Okay, I'll take an attack potion then. I'll click up to 3 times here. We've got some health to spare. Easy. Trade 18 health to gain 14 health. No prob. Hey, where'd all my cards go? Should probably upgrade the eruption next. Take 28 damage. More money equals more removes. So the secret to a small Watcher deck is kind of all aggro all the time. Ouch, they say. Call an ouch, but not from here. This one could be a bit iffy. Okay, that's only 19 damage. Let's see what the attack potion has. That's why we bought it after all. Signature move. Can only be played if it's the only attack in the hand. Blap. Alright, from that we get a Teardrop Locket, starting us out in Calm Stance. More energy turn 1 is excellent. Can have a real signature move. Oh. That's actually pretty hype. With all these card removes. Well, okay then. Believe it or not, we've already had a run with 2 of those. Ideally, signature move is only a 1 of. Usually. Oh, here's another awkward turn. This is 22, so I could take only 6 here. That's my best turn. "13 health is a bit questionable for Hexaghost. But at least we have a Smoke Bomb. Might want an Empty Body. I like Empty Body signature move quite a lot. Am I allowed to fight Hexaghost on 13 health? It doesn't really feel like I am, does it? Especially with not enough block art. We could easily just draw no block and die. Yeah, we only take 12 on turn 2, so we'll just die on turn 3 easy. Yeah, I think we take the Empty Body and we rest. Heal for 22. Go to 35. That's a good number. Yeah. We want to be just under a multiple of 12 for Hexaghost. And lo and behold, we are. Blap. Of course, we didn't need to rest with these draws. Go figure. This is a little bit more awkward. Although we could have just killed with Dupe Bot here, right? No, not quite. Let's take the damage. GG. Absolutely blapped. A lesson learned is cute. We could upgrade the remaining cards. Actually, lesson learned Peace Pipe seems worth it, right? We can upgrade all of our cards, and all we have to pay is 1 remove at the very end. That seems great. Lesson learned will let us have a very upgraded, very small deck. Devotion for more mantra is kind of cool, but not what we're looking for here. And with lesson learned Peace Pipe, we might as well take Fusion Hammer. Gain an extra energy every turn for no downside at all. Don't mind if I do. This is a cool run. Going really fast, too. We're 10 minutes into Act 2. Did I consider mastering the potions? Nah, that didn't seem worth trying to do. Oh, heck yes. Maybe go here. Shop here means probably don't go to this shop. Oh, we have to go to this shop, though. But heck, 2 more removes. Sounds good to me. Could also go this way, but then there's no shop. That doesn't seem better. Okay, start here. Master every seed in Slay the Spire. Simply play a game of Slay the Spire on all of the quintillions of seeds and beat them all. Easy. Wait a minute. Signature move lesson learned? I don't think I thought that through. 2 plus 3 plus 5 doesn't get there. Dupe Pot might, though. This would be good use of the Dupe Pot. Yeah, that's a good Dupe Pot. So nice, it upgraded itself. We just have to remove the signature move. Easy. Easy peasy. Double Consecrate. This one's already upgraded too. You know what? Sure. I think it's a Consecrate card to pick up in this situation. There's Rushdown. Okay, here we go. Rushdown says, whenever you enter Wrath, draw 2. That alone is not enough to put us into an infinite state here, but it puts us a lot closer. Clasp is outlined in red here because we have yet to win a run with a Cloak Clasp. That joke wasn't free. The chat paid for that. All jokes must be paid for, and there are no refunds. Exactly. That's what I said. Purity's kind of hilarious. Let's take one event and 2 more combats. Warped Tongs seem redundant. I'll just go ahead and upgrade Signature Move, actually. Feels like we need a little bit more oomph on that card. We don't need to land Lesson Learned in every combat, because there are so few cards that we actually need to upgrade. I think we'll mostly be okay here. Kerblap. No to Steady. No to Sash Whip or Crescendo as well. Well, Crescendo is half decent. We want a reusable Wrath card for sure. Get him. And they said signature move, lesson learned didn't work together. Ha. Smoke bomb again. Wreath of Flames. Doesn't seem that helpful. How's it going, Morphe? It's nice to see you live, too. Welcome. Oh no, bummer permapensive. Is signature move actually a decent card to pick up? Only if you can really play it, Fab is magic. Signature move requires you to have relatively few attacks in your deck, or better yet, just have your other attacks be 0 cost. So you play the other attacks, then you play the signature move with the remaining energy. But if you've got Lights of Strike still, signature move is very hard to put in play. And that means it's often not that good unless you get access to lots of Carter moves, which this run has in spades, or in pipes. Speaking of, I can take a remove or an elite fight right now, and I'm thinking we might want to remove. Although we'll very soon be out of good things to remove. I guess that's not true, right? We want to go all the way down to 5 cards here. So let's keep purging. Although I won't be able to afford to remove at that shop. So I could have a relic and lose all my money and have a remove. I don't think that's worth it. Just toke. What are you mastering with just 5 cards? Well, currently Consecrate, actually. But it's also possible we could pick something else up in duplicate once we have an infinite combo put together. Or even just a pseudo-infinite. Like I said, we don't lesson learn every fight, and we don't need to. Study is back. I think we need another rushdown first. Oh. Okay, now we can do basically anything we want. Although we don't have a 1-cost commentary yet. Pen nib? Yeah, pen nib. Fool. Behold the power. Now that's what I'm talking about. No, maybe, actually. Yes. Keep token? Keep token. You're next, kid. That's not the turn 1 draw you want to see, usually. That might actually be bad enough to use a smoke bomb here. Especially if I want to fight the Burning Elite, although I think I'm not going to. Taking a full 34 damage if we choose to end turn. I don't think that's very good. And I don't need more relics where we're headed, so I'm out of here. The token smoke. That's right. Take two. Yeah. Bonk. $160 damage. It's a lot of damage. Call an ambulance, but not from here. That's right. Collector is going to get super dunked here. Collector should be very easy. And again, the more cards we remove, the more consistent it's going to get with the early turns. We're almost at the point where we can remove Lesson Learned. That's funny. Almost. This seems like an ideal recall, or maybe we remove the Lesson Learned. Or even, actually, Prostrate can probably go. Prostrate hasn't worked out for us. We could use it as part of our combo later with the double rushdowns, but I don't know. Actually, I wouldn't say it does nothing currently. Currently allows us to block as part of our rushdown loop, which is pretty important. Do we need to consecrate? If we want to master the card, we do, yes. To win the run, we don't, no. I'm going to recall here. Let's reevaluate in a minute. Collector fight should be very easy. We died on turn 2. It's actually possible, right? Well, there's 2 exits, 7 draw. We could brick... Actually, yeah, we could die if we bottom draw both Vigilance and Empty Body. Why am I pointing this out? Because I like to invite disaster. Okay, we're fine. I think I want to do the following. Empty Body, Crescendo, Miracle, Rushdown, Vigilance. Yeah. Eruption will draw 4 cards, so I can play 1 card before Eruption. Probably should be Prostrate. Let's go Prostrate, Eruption. Oh no, we did underdraw. Okay. Consecrate, Vigilance, Eruption. Prostrate, Consecrate, Vigilance, Eruption. Won't be able to play that signature move anyway. We might actually be able to toke the signature move now. Now that I think about it. Consecrate, Vigilance, Eruption. And guess what? Prostrate says, it's time to go Divine. For triple damage. And that's what 2 rushdowns does for the deck. Judgment. Doesn't seem too helpful. Brilliance is cute, but not necessary with the double consecrates. Lesson learned, no thanks. We've already got lesson learned mastered as well, by the way. So no need for that either. Snecko Eye, Cursed Key, or Philo Stone. I guess Cursed Key is easy enough to deal with. We simply remove the additional curse with the Peace Pipe. Snecko Eye is quite bad, as it makes our deck unreliable here. We could give enemies extra strength. If we're going infinite early, I guess it won't matter that they have additional strength now, will it? Yeah, I guess additional strength literally doesn't matter, huh? Cool. Maybe it matters for Time Eater. Have to fight the Burning Elite this act. A shop would be welcome, but is not required. This is one less rest site, one more shop. Do I even want a shop? Let's go to a shop in Act 3, Act 4. Do this way instead. What if I get, like, I am rich? We can go here then. Token remove. We can get rid of both normalities from here. But how do I beat the regular combats with normalities? Do I? I don't know if I do. Either way, let's start here. Still a bit vulnerable to awkward turn 1s. Makes our life difficult. Doesn't matter. Empty Mind. Empty Mind seems good. Wheel Kick also kind of works here. I think we are going to be removing Signature Move soon. Let's get Empty Mind. This doesn't matter at all. Haha! Fear No Evil makes the infinite for us by being a 1-cost calm generator, although it's not truly infinite because it requires an enemy to be attacking us. It's still very, very, very good. Finesse is kind of cute. Block 2, draw 1. Actually, block 3, draw 1, but it's not required. Could buy a remove of the signature move. What else are we going to be removing? Remove signature move, remove empty body? Actually, empty body is an important block card for the heart. I think we're going to need to keep that. Feels like I'm not going to pay for this, at least not now then. Keep the money. Ah, just get a free remove. Even easier. Could get 10 max health for losing Lesson Learned here, although I do still want to upgrade Prostrate and Empty Mind. Here I'll give up the signature move. Go to full health. I'm sorry, signature move, I didn't mean it. Well, yes I did. I totally meant it. Totally meant it. So we're only blocking 16. This is more than 16 damage, huh? I do want to get upgrades. Can't Lesson Learned unless it's the final kill. Fortunately. Signature remove, that's right. Doesn't seem like it's worth a weak potion. Alright, just take the damage. Already mastered Empty Body. This would be a good run for double Mental Fortress. Can't believe we haven't seen that yet. Bummer. Fruit juice. Worship doesn't really fit as part of an infinite, unfortunately. Too expensive for what it does. Meditate ends our turn. That's not welcome either. Skip them. Okay, we got Empty Mind upgraded, but again, not Prostrate. Do I still want Vigilance? You betcha. I can't really remove any more cards. Remove the Peace Pipe. But of course. Guess we can always rest. We could remove Crescendo, but I actually like it in this deck as a one-time card draw for 0 cost. I guess we'll rest for the card reward. Sure. Third rush down. Also pressure points. Not a great turn 1. Could actually completely brick next turn. That'd be really bad. Alright, that's good. Good fight. No and no. Well, she tried. She did her best. But it weren't enough. Doesn't really matter, huh? Okay. Roar. Easy. Yeah, Ornamental Fan would be good here. Kunai would be good here. Few other things would be good here. Bottled Flame would not be good here. Took a rush down. Really would have liked Prostrate to be upgraded. It hit one more card, huh? Alright, I'll rest one more time. Look at another card reward. Double empty body. That's a lot of damage. Not quite enough, though. There we go. All right, Prostrate puts us into Divinity faster now. Scrawl is also hugely helpful for getting our initial card draw going. Oh. Deal. It's finally time for 2 Madnesses. And then a lot of burns. Goodness. Yeah, the scroll is going to help a lot. Let's draw all 5 thingies, if you don't mind. All 5 burns. Don't mind me. Just doing my best to do an infinite with the wrong amount of cards. Easy. Oh, wrong order? Yeah, that's fine though. Straight now. Ouch. Well, that could have been worse. Oh, shoot, it is worse. Oh, no. Trouble has found us, Twitch chat. That only got worse. Terrifying. It might actually just be, yeah. Killed by Nemesis. Adding too many burns. The intangibility got us. That's the price of double madnesses, actually. Amazing. Amazing. Well, we didn't stand to master a whole lot on this run, just the double consecrate. But really does show why Nemesis is a hard counter to small card draw-centric decks. Nemesis added burns as often as possible there, and that absolutely just killed us. GG. GG. Mental Fortress would not have helped that very much. That wasn't the problem there. Just that was slightly more block, but Mental Fortress would have been good for the later fights. Oh well. GG. Didn't need the madnesses at all. We needed them for Heart, unfortunately. We don't have a block positive infinite against Heart without the madnesses. So we did need them. Could have just used the weak potion a turn earlier. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. What loop is block positive against heart that we had already? We'd have to do like Eruption Vigilance Prostrate? Eruption Vigilance Prostrate? Actually, that might have worked. Could we have gotten infinite on turn 2 when Nemesis was intangible? Maybe. Argument that we didn't need a full infinite loop, but just a pretty high block near infinite? For turn 2 of the heart, we need to be able to make a lot of block, though. There was already 5 burns by turn 2. Yeah, Nemesis headed burns turn 1. That really got us good. Oh well. I don't feel like we lost anything major there by losing that run, so all's well that ends well. Let's do one more with the Clad. Time Eater was a little scary looking, but not too problematic. I'd rather go this way. Having to brute force through an early elite as Clad is a little tough to do. Could choose a rare card to help out. Honestly, even just choose a basic card is pretty good. Well, let's choose a rare. I take the bonk. The big bonk, please. Plus extra. This is defend, defend, strike, rather than squishing one. Yeah. Battle Trance is an amazing first card. Helps us draw that bonk earlier and often. Flame Barrier is also really nice early block, but it's no Battle Trance. Pretty firm believer in almost always taking the first Battle Trance you see. Guaranteed bludgeon with vulnerable next turn. Let's do it. Won't even play the strike, just for the flex. Squish. Whirlwind is a nice complement to bludgeon, a way to deal area damage. Evolve is kind of interesting. Draws when we hit status cards, but our boss isn't adding any status cards, which makes me not like it very much. Whirlwind needs a relatively early upgrade to be decent, but we can afford that. Squish. Intimidate. 1 week to all enemies. I actually quite like this because it's a 0-cost card alongside some very expensive stuff. Normally not a card I would take early on, but here actually I do think it's okay because we have the card draw with the Battle Trance and we have expensive cards already. I'm on the cultist here. Yeah, that's why. And then Intimidate blocks for a little bit. Thanks, Intimidate. You're doing a good job. Use the regen potion in the elite fight if we don't get a potion here. We do get a potion here. Okay, I'll just take the fear potion. Your potion's pretty good. How about a True Grit? That's a nice block card. True Grit's going to be very good against Guardian. Although it will want an upgrade. Probably going to upgrade Bludgeon, Whirlwind, True Grit? Sure. Honey, thanks for the 12 months. Happy New Year to you too. So for example, here I could Fear Potion Bludgeon to either kill the middle one, and block 10, or kill one of the front ones. I like killing this one. Stops 3 days from being added, and makes the rest of the fight a lot easier. At least in theory. Now both die to a bludgeon. So when we draw bludgeon, we just play on whoever's attacking that turn, like you. It's Jazz! Thanks so much for the very generous 5 gifted subs. Welcome, everyone, to the Cozy Sub Club. Now get block on turn 3, one of my favorites. Reckless Charge is a nice zero-cost attack. Gives us lots of good reason to go into Exhaust synergy here. And we haven't mastered it. Meanwhile, Headbutt goes really well with Battle Trance. And Bludgeon, and is better without an upgrade. Take the Headbutt here. We already fought Sentries, so we'll upgrade Bludgeon next for 10 additional damage. The big bonk. And even if this fight goes to turn 3, it's not a problem because the boat dinghy will block for us. And I think it will. We did not draw quite the way we'd want to normally. Also owe a dad joke for Matthias MT and everyone. Did you hear about the gremlin that stole a sheep and was last seen evading authorities while riding it? They're currently on the lam. Elise, thanks for the 18 months of support. It's a bad joke. Will you come up with a better one? Surely not. Do we want an uppercut here? It's an uncommon we don't have mastery of, so that says maybe. But I'm also down for armaments in this sort of deck, a way to upgrade some of these other cards that aren't upgraded. Good upgrade target alongside Battle Trance, actually. Let's do Arma here. I like me an Arma. And I don't like me a Juzu bracelet. No thank you. Alright, we are going to need Whirlwind upgraded, though. Kunai makes me wish we'd taken that Reckless Charge. Do I actually want to go to a shop with 180 gold? I could. Good start to card removes. But it might be better to evade it for now. We'll do it. Show me Brimstone. Prismatic Shard. Or Bag of Marbles, both of which are pretty cool here. Prismatic Shard lets us find cards from other characters, which could be, well, anything. Or Bag of Marbles makes enemies weak on turn 1. Let's take a Shard. I want to have some fun today. Multicolored card rewards allow us to, well, find all sorts of things, for better or for worse. I think Prismatic Shard's a lot better on Clad if you've already got some exhaust synergy, but there's definitely very, very silly combinations that you can do. This. Ooh. Yes. I'll take Mantra on the Clad. And Prostrate with Kunai is already kind of cool. Guess we want to headbutt Battle Trance. Let's take 10 here. Fair enough. Of course. Whirlwind doesn't kill this one. That's fine, we got lots of damage coming up next turn. Easy. Bag of Preparation draws 2 more cards turn 1. Should have gone with a Bag of Marbles. Creative AI, Fasting, and Acrobatics. Note that Creative AI would make Ironclad powers each turn. Wait a minute. So Feel No Pains and Dark Embraces and Corruptions, you say? Interesting. I have to try that. That's gonna be absolutely hilarious against Guardian. But also brutalities and combusts, right? Like, This is how we master creative AI, obviously. Oh, I should have picked up the thing. It's fine. Recycle. Yes! Exhaust a card, gain energy equal to its cost. We've got some very expensive things indeed. Alright, now we definitely want to upgrade armaments. Otherwise, we're simply never going to upgrade all the things. I would like for this to become maybe a Snekowai run. We'll see. Alright, Creative AI. Show us what you got. Vitality is here. Playing Strike wouldn't have been enough anyway. Ouch. Sure, I'll take Brutality. Right. That problem. That slight issue. Let's do this. here, unfortunately. Let's get that brutality for the moment. We can delete that later. Barricade. If only I could actually play it, though. Well, actually, with armaments, it's not so bad. Could play Bash, but it's actually better to do this, right? There's Dark Embrace. Don't worry, Twitch chat. This fight's almost over. Right. Core problem. Yes, this fight's almost over. In our favor, mind you. Oh, wait, shoot. Really? I guess there wasn't that much draw on the draw pile, huh? Oh. But my face, though. Alright then. I accept your proposal. How do I avoid death? It'll be pretty tricky. Seems bad. How many brutalities do we get? Like all of them. Yeah, GG. On my own terms, Guardian. Right. So, Creative AI and Ironclad does not perform. That's what we learned, I think. Also, the Bludgeon didn't perform that well, because we were unable to play Bludgeon alongside a Strike. We were just consistently about 5 damage short of where we needed to be. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Why Bludgeon instead? Because Bludgeon wasn't Mastered Sparrow. That's the plain and simple answer. Fiendfire was a rare card we had mastery of. Bludgeon was a rare card we didn't. That's why I picked Bludgeon. That's the self-imposed challenge. But I'm rapidly losing patience here. Renlo, thanks for 5 months of support. I suppose playing while hungry is a really bad idea. I am so very hungry. Tank 7 here, because we have the healing to get it back. Can't do 19. Inflame is a very good floor 1 card. Dark Embrace, not so much. Much as I love Dark Embrace, you really need some early attack scaling stuff if you want your run to go very well. Ooh, I just realized we can't kill that. Should have looked at the draw pile. Definitely should have looked at the draw pile. It was correct to bash the front one rather than striking them each. Worked out, though. We can get this health back easily enough. Double Inflame. I mean, we don't have mastery of it. What if it was our first 2 cards? Seems like a strong start to a run, doesn't it? Give me Heavy Blade. Not from the Scrap Ooze, of course. Oh, well, actually, you know, this does seem pretty strong. This fight won't last long enough for the regen potion to be any good. I think we only get about 9 health out of this. Strike's about to absolutely slap. Defend Bash? Or Inflame Defend Strike? Could be 4 strikes to kill. By Bash, we bring it to 26. And these do 13. Yeah, 2 strikes would kill perfectly here. So let's just block. Got him. No potion. Good. Twin Strike. I mean, when you have this much strength, any card that hits multiple times is top tier. Pummel Sword Boomerang might be better, but Twin Strike is perfectly fine here. Ooh, we draw all damage next turn. This slime is absolutely hecked. Perfect draw order for this fight. Look at that. Kerblam. Gets split. Early Strike Dummy would really send this off the rails. There's a Sword Boomerang, but there's also Anger. 0 cost. Add a copy of this card to your discard pile. Burning Pact ain't too bad either. Anger with this much strength is a really powerful card. Self-duplicating free card, just add card draw, and you have a sort of make your own Sword Boomerang. Anger is the secret strength scaling attack when you're energy limited. It sure is. So I'd say probably Anger here over Boomerang, but you could easily take Boomerang with this much strength. Our first couple upgrades are going to be on the Inflames. Let's take Anger. This is the fight for the regen potion. This fight will definitely go the full turn count required. Double Inflame turn 1 is pretty ideal here. Can't get much better than that. I don't... we'd have to draw Anger, Twin Strike, Strike, Strike to kill one next turn, though. That's gonna hurt. Actually, 3 strikes and Anger is 44 damage. We can kill you. Nice. Save 10. And then you're dead too. The power of 5 strength. It's beautiful. I think we take 10 more though. Unless I'm willing to energy potion to save 10. I don't think that I am. I think this energy potion reasonably saves 18 in Gremlin Knob and 20 in Lagavulin. Get a Tungsten Rod. When we would lose health, lose less. Flex for more strength. Pommel Strike is just damage and card draw. Pommel Strike and Anger go really well together. Let's take a Pommel Strike. One of the last achievements is Killing Transient. I think Watcher is probably the best Transient killer Ailey's. Try to build a Rushdown Infinite. You don't even need to go Infinite, actually, to kill Transient with Watcher. You just need a couple of, Ragnarok plus Divinity plus Vulnerable can do it. Silent with Catalyst can also work very well. But it's, I think, more difficult to build a Catalyst Silent deck than it is to build a Watcher deck that can kill Transient. To kill Transient, you'll probably want to play on either Ascension 1, actually maybe even Ascension 0, just for the easiest enemies possible, or Ascension 17, because in Ascension 17 you get one more turn against the Transient, although the rest of the game will be substantially harder. The Transient fight lasting longer does give you a better chance to kill it. But then 18, 19, and 20 only add difficulty that you don't need. So depending on how you rate yourself as a player, if you can handle Ascension 17, I might recommend trying that. Otherwise, drop it down. Play easier. It'll be easier to build a deck that can kill Transient if the rest of the game is easier, right? What a good start to this run. Let's upgrade these in flames. Do the Ascension effects stack? Yes, so an Ascension 20 run has all 20 of these penalties applied. It's pretty brutal. Twister1M says, any tips for the 9 plasma in 1 turn achievement? Meteor Strike is the main way to do it. Meteor Strike is definitely the main way to do it. With either Snecko Eye or Hologram or Rebound. Don't discount a Duplication Potion or Liquid Memories as well as a way to get more plasma evoked. It's possible to channel 9 plasma using one of the other cards that generate plasma, either fusion or chaos, but you need essentially an infinite combo to be able to do this. Pretty nasty set of gremlins, but with our high offense, high octane deck, we got it here. We can do Inflame, kill you, and then we only take 4 here. Hello, Marketox. To master a card, Mastery is a self-imposed challenge that we're tasking ourselves with this year. To master a card, we have to beat the game on Ascension 20 against the Hearts with 2 or more instances of that card in our deck. Easier said than done. Hey, look at that. We healed from that fight. And a second Twin Strike. It's just good enough. I'm really hoping we find a Strike Dummy now. If we find Strike Dummy, this deck will absolutely, positively slap. I am a god of Spire, and no one can stop me. How does he do it? How does he do it? Please, for the love of goodness, somebody clip that and submit it. Yeah, exactly. Exclamation point clips. Thank you, Faley. Me too. Clip it. Clip it. So all of our strike cards now deal 3 additional damage. Very notably, Twin Strike deals 3 more damage per hit. But also Pommel Strike does 3 more damage, and the strikes do 3 more damage. Essentially, almost every card in the deck does 3 more damage. Pretty ridiculous. Pretty tempting to open Bash Twin Strike here. We could wait for the Inflames, though. That might be smarter. I'll wait for the Inflames. We can actually do Anger first, then Inflame. There we go. And then we want to go Twin Strike first, then Pommel Strike shuffles the draw pile, drawing potentially the Twin Strike again. 28 damage Twin Strike, by the way. And we do indeed draw Twin Strike again. Eat that, Lagavulin. Close to a KO. Weak Pot only saves 5 here, but we're a pretty good chance to find a new potion. A new potion? Sure. Letter Opener. If we play 3 skills in 1 turn, that would require literally all 3 defense. Maybe we'll find a Rage or a Disarm. Immolate's cute, but Disarm going into Hexaghost is excellent. Sap 2 strength off the enemy. Nice little combo with Tungsten Rod, too. Unfortunately, skills don't say strike. Bummer about that. We'll definitely fight another elite here. Man, I can't believe Strike Dummy showed up right after I asked for it. More Twin Strikes. There's the Rage. Genuinely, that Rage is really good. I'll probably buy that. There's also Dolly's Mirror here, which could allow us to duplicate any card in the deck. Although we don't actually have any good dupe targets. Even Bash has already been mastered. Bye, Magic Fish. Thanks for 6 months of support. Still thinking about that 1 hit point silent win yesterday. Wasn't that fun? That was fun. I don't need to buy another Twin Strike. Not for money. Rage card remove looks good, though. Honestly, I still would remove a Strike, I think. Actually, no. We can remove Defend. Yeah, heck it. Remove a Defend. Add a Rage. Can't afford to dupe the Rage after buying it, although that'd be a half-decent idea. Does Spire still get updates? No, just XW. Spire is finished development-wise. There are still new mods being created for the game, but nothing from the devs. Not taking that uppercut. Although it wasn't bad. If you play an attack, get block. If you say so. Yeah, I better play this. It blocks for 3 and does 5 damage. That's not a good use of the potion. Get him, Twin Strike. You got this. Damage twice. Not perfect, but a very good fight overall. Omomori will block curses. Havoc, Body Slam, Infernal Blade. None of these are particularly good. Did we do ladder challenges last year? We did one at the very end of the year after our 400 heart kills. We did not win that ladder challenge. Money. Beneath Oresa. Yeah, I've played a little bit of Beneath Oresa, Dakvac. I think it's still in early access. Kind of a really interesting take. Beneath Oresa has you playing cards for combat like Slay the Spire, but it's matched to 3D combat animations. So like your character does a cool kick at the enemy when you play a card. It looks pretty sweet. Mechanically seems to borrow very heavily from Spire. For the better in some cases, for the worse in others. Haven't streamed any of it though. Oof. Wait a minute. Rage, defend, defend. Hiya! Easy. Any Mao Kenshi tomorrow? No, we finished the campaign of Mao Kenshi, Mark Makar. We are finished with that game. Next up is Eldorand. We'll be playing more of that tomorrow. Ooh, Shockwave. 3 weak and 3 vulnerable to all enemies. Or Heavy Blade. Or Heavy Blade. But do we need Heavy Blade with these Twin Strikes? Not really. Strike Wave. It's a pretty good upgrade going into Hexaghost. We might also want to consider upgrading Disarm. Or Rage. But I think I would upgrade the Shockwave. A little bit behind on upgrades now, but This deck is really coming together, and it looks like it's going to shred Act 2 quite effectively. Yeah, 36 damage, Twin Strikes. Sure, you can do 2 damage to me. I don't even care. Beep. You can live. For now. Yeah. Buttery smooth. Took a little bit of damage, but nothing major there. Speed? Or Reaper with this much strength? Reaper's automatically really worth considering. Speed could scale max health, but it's a little difficult to stall for. Or Fiend Fire hits based on the number of cards in hand. Also good with this much strength. Although we don't have a lot of ability to get cards in hand in the first place. Feels to me like a very good Reaper. Especially with Shockwave and Rage. Yeah. And our boss relics. Pyramid and Snecko. And Runic Cube. What fun choices. Although Runic Cube Tungsten Rod's not that good. Yeah, these are fun choices for boss relic. Popkey says, how does this kill Heart? We're going to have the ability to survive the initial assault of Heart with a couple creative things we're going to be able to do later on. And then we're going to hit the Heart very hard with our attacks. Yeah, violently. Big aggro, lots of damage output. Circle, triangle, or square? Yeah. Yeah. Choose your favorite shape. I like triangles, personally. What I really like about Runic Pyramid is that it enables us to wait for the end to feed. It enables Rage to be maximally impactive. It's quite good. Should be relatively good at the elite fights. We've got lots of front load in this deck. We're not really scared of Book of Stabbing with Disarm and Shockwave and Tungsten Rod. I think we can handle elites quite easily, actually. So we should maybe fight a lot of them. The only upgrade that really matters at the moment is Rage. A card we'd really like to see is Bloodletting. As not only do we take reduced damage from it, but we can keep it in our hand until it's maximally impactive with the Pyramid, and then do a lot of stuff. What does the Rod do? Anytime we lose HP for any reason, it gets reduced by 1, which is quite nice. Very nice. This is an interesting formation. Again, with Reaper, I'm not particularly afraid of something like this. Normally, you'd potentially run out of hit points if you did this, but Reaper says it don't matter none. With 6 points of strength, that Reaper is going to be healed for 10 or maybe with vulnerable 15 hit points per enemy. That's pretty good. I think going to an early shop is a good idea. You know, this could be a run that gets Brimstone and is really happy about it. This deck would love a Brimstone. Just do the damage. Surely we can deal 21 next turn. Maybe even we can reap. 13 plus 8 equals 21. The power. I believe we get the same health. Actually, no, we get one more if we strike and then Reaper. Look at that, full health, easy. Shrug Plus is 11 block and 1 draw. Very, very nice here. Or armaments can upgrade other cards. Do relics cost the same every time? Relics have a base price in the shop that is determined by their rarity. Commons are the cheapest, uncommon, and shop relics are the same price as commons. Uncommons are much more expensive at 250 base. In fact, you can even see the breakdown here for relics. And then rares are over 300 gold. There's a random variance, plus or minus 5%, imposed on relics. So, for example, here at Ascension 20, including the plus 10% cost modifier of Ascension 16, you have a base price of 165, which gets modified by plus or minus 5% to create the range 157 to 173. And likewise with the others. Free relic? Free relic. Take a free oddly smooth stone. There are rare potions? There are. There are. This is not a very good rage turn. Let's just go defend, disarm, twin strike. Although rage would do the area damage. Disarm you. I've taken to killing the back mugger instead of the front looter. They do identical actions on turn 1 and turn 2, but on turn 3 the mugger has much higher values for their damage. (13 plus 7). It's 9. We go rage, bash, pummel strike, anger. You are attacking me this turn. How dare you? Alright, so next turn we play Inflame Reaper with Vulnerable. Get back some of our health. Turn after that we kill. We twin strike, twin strike. And just like that, we're out of this fight with full HP. No potions used. Perfected Strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This would be 8. So it does 6 plus 16 plus 3. 9 plus 16, 25 damage. 26 with strength. Twin strike seems better. Ooh, Trip seems really good. Zero cost Vuln. Feel No Pain. Yes, Feel No Pain is excellent here as well. We have Disarm, we have Shockwave, we have Reaper, and more. Could take Orange Pellets. If we play a power attack and skill in the same turn, remove all of our debuffs. That's pretty good too. Although not necessarily good here. It'll be good later on. Such as versus the Heart, where it can remove Vulnerable. That could be a big part of survivability for that fight. Which would make the Flex more worth considering. Flex is also a letter opener card, and an unmastered card. Both good reasons to consider it. It would also be nice to remove another card. So if I didn't buy the pellets, I would do what? Feel No Pain, Trip, card remove? Oh, I like that a lot. Guess Trip isn't that big a deal with Shockwave Plus, huh? Can I do pellets, Feel No Pain, Flex? I think so. Yeah. Okay, we'll do that. Caw. We have lots of powers for the pellets, too, which is nice. Seems good. Bruh. Flex plus. It's pretty cool. There's the mastery, too. We need a run with 2 flexes. Let's flex. Amazing card with Pyramid. And here's the Book of Stabbing, but we've got Disarm turn 1, easy peasy. Skill. Power. Attack. Means we get to keep that 2 strength from flex for the whole rest of the fight. Like, basically a 0 cost in flame. Pretty sweet. Don't want to rage yet. Actually, probably want to keep anger for after vulnerables in play or for the turn that I rage. There's no benefit to playing it now. This looks like a good turn. Inflame, Flex, Shockwave, Anger. Next turn we Reaper to get our health back. "12 strength. Twin Strike does 30 damage twice. Good lord. Bottled Tornado. Bottled of Feel No Pain sounds pretty good. Impervious seems pretty good. Whirlwind's also half decent. Give me that Impervious. Let's go Flex Pot over Speed Pot. Yeah, we can just take so much damage and still end at full health in a lot of situations. It's that easy. This fight's all about debuffs. No problem for us. We'll show them. The Tungsten Rod even makes this sort of face-tanking build a lot more effective because we can reduce damage as we take it. I think Reaper... kill you, actually. Yeah, that's the right way. That's the right way. There we go. Duplication Potion's pretty hype. What about an Entrench Plus? I like that with Pyramid. I like that with Barricade. I like it. Double your block for 1 energy. This is one of the rare situations where, even without Calipers or Barricade, I think the Entrench is quite good. Because of the free upgrade and because of the Pyramid. Combust's also actually half decent, because it doesn't cause any damage to us. Just 5 damage per turn to all enemies, but is 5 damage per turn enough? No. No, it's not. Dupe Pot. So many good dupes here. Well, it's not as good as a Flex Pot if I use it on Flex. These potions aren't as good, are better than Dupe Pot, actually, I think. Alright, we can finally upgrade Rage. Let's do that. 2 more elites to sacked. And a whetstone, upgrading 2 attacks at random. Twin strike would be good. Pommel strike would be good. Regular strike is not that good. This is an okay blue key, but I'll take the whetstone. I'll do it. I'll do it. Just twin strike. I could actually bash Grim Leader, or we can play Feel No Pain, take 1. Play the Feel No Pain here. Keep the Shrug. I could have also played Shrug, but I'd much rather have that in case we get attacked here. Which we don't. It's not yet, we don't. Don't actually have any area damage in this deck, which could make, other than Reaper, mind you, could make life a little difficult for us. This would be a pretty good energy potion turn, perhaps. Although, hold on. Flex. Rage. It has to be Energy Potion, Inflame, Shrug, Reaper, doesn't it? Actually, just using the Reaper for the AoE here. Not really caring about the heal. And we actually need to play the other Inflame or this gremlin won't die. Easy. Now get Hex. Red Skull. If we're below half, we have half health. We have an even more strength. We're offered a second copy of Entrench, which is really interesting here. But what about Dropkick or Pommel Strike Plus? I think I want Pommel Strike Plus. Draw 2. We're just 1 bloodletting away from greatness here. Yeah, where's Gurya at? Excuse you. Dark Embrace or Havoc. Bit expensive, that Dark Embrace. Definitely a card I like. Definitely a card I like. Yeah, I'll take it. Make us a little bit slow sometimes, but that's the price of progress. This is definitely not the turn 1 we were looking for. Do 5 to all, but I need to keep it. Pretty good use case for the block pot, although we can always Reaper our health back. I don't think I'll use it yet. Being vulnerable is okay. We can fix that. Although if I can kill with a Flex Potion this turn, I really ought to. Go Gadget Red Skull. Let's see. Incoming damage would be what? Uh, 21, 30, so 27. Yes, we go below half. Spooky. So just play Bash Strike this turn. Don't overthink it. Spooky, though. You have to draw an Inflame. Let's see if we can. Perfect. So we go Flex. Inflame. Can I do Anger Reaper? Yes. 20 plus a lot. If I Reaper first, we're going to lose the Strength. Also, if I Anger first, we'll lose the Weaken. So we should go back to full health here. Or at least very close to it. So thanks to Orange Pellets, we're not vulnerable. And they're very dead. Good fight. Boomerang with a Plus. Definitely not bad. Arguably pretty dang good. Sure. With a plus on it. Now we don't need a heavy blade. Or anything like that. Keep this anger. Lose rage to get rid of Rail? I don't think so. Do not think so. Sure. Nope, nope, and nope. No thank you. We don't need those stinky cards. Really good fight for Impervious here. We can kill the Sphere next turn, maybe. It's shocking how well we do on 3 energy. Shocking, I tell you. There it is, Bloodletting, the card we've been looking for, and we can upgrade it. Now the deck will truly be powerful. Way better than a Shrug Plus here. Bloodletting is going to trade 2 of our health for 3 energy. And that is going to let so many beautiful things happen. Imagine what I could do with 4 energy. How about 6? How about 6? Any boomers? That will just kill one of you nerds. Take 0 here. Excuse you? Did not say you were allowed to do that. It's one of these runs, that's right. And don't you forget it. Perfect block again. Oh no, not the debuffs. Whatever will I do about the debuffs? Anything but those, Collector. GG. Very, very strong deck of cards now. Demon Form, another way to gain immense strength, or Offering, another way to gain immense energy and potentially card draw. Pretty hard to turn down Offering here. We also take 1 less damage from Offering, and with Reaper we can get the health back. And we don't really even need a Demon Form. Yeah, I'll take Offering. Hell yeah, I'll take Offering. My only source of 4 energy is Busted Crown. This is actually a situation where Busted Crown ain't so bad. We have all the core pieces that we need to win. Could also take Pandora's Box, transform our remaining strikes into Fens, or Tiny House for a bunch of, as they say, stuff. I'm pretty happy with Busted Crown. We have mastered all 3 of these. There'd be a red outline if any of the boss relics had not been mastered yet. Almost every relic has been crossed off the list. We'll take it. Less card rewards from future combats, but more energy. And that's good. Really good. Probably upgrade the other flex next. 1 memory charge. Oh, that's a shop too. Okay, let's go not here then. Here. Not there, there. I'm glad that the culture of Birdman has not been lost. What a fine tale. Birdman. Headbutt. Good for getting back bloodletting, mostly. Nah. Oh. We have 1 memory charge, which means it's only 1 normality for 999 gold. We can get rid of the curse here. I don't have any way to discard normality once it is in my hand, though, so it is a bit of a problem. But surely only a bit. Can it really be this easy? It sure can. Can it really be this easy? Ow. But my face, though. Iron Wave? Loose. No. Do we have to master Circlet? We do not. No, master Circlet is fortunately not on the list. We have to master Writhe, though. Today. Not today. Alright, still having a little bit of a weird time with some of these turns. Draw. Let's use this to remove the flex. Turns. We can go Rage, Bloodletting, Shockwave, draw cards. Take 2. 10 block turn 1 will help a bit. True Grit. Yeah. Needs an upgrade, but is actually quite helpful here. With both Dark Embrace and the other stuff. Do we make this the Double Entrench run? I actually think we should. I think we can do great things with Double Entrench. Waffle for more max health, definitely valuable. Don't think Ceramic Fish is likely to be much good. What about Dark Embrace, number 2? Dark Embrace number 2 is okay. Already got rid of the normality. Let's lose a strike. Yes to entrench. Turnip seems unnecessary. Yes to second Dark Embrace? Yes to second Dark Embrace. Not to Havoc, though. I don't trust that Havoc. So that's all there was of value to spend money on in that shop. Reptomancer. Definitely gives us a tough time. I see. Might need to use the Flex Potion here. Well, hold on. We can do double? Double letter opener is enough, right? This does 9. We'll do another 5. No, that won't be enough. Okay, good time for Flex Potion then. Oh, I see. Okay. Actually didn't need to use the Flex Potion. Upon review of the footage, we might have been okay. Whatever. Shuriken. If we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, we'll get even more strength. And I think Flame Barrier is a pretty decent block card, too, so welcome. Buy a potion. Now. It's your lucky day, lady. I'm loaded. I'll take 3. Even more strength with a Cultist Potion. Sure. That's 1 strength per turn. Here's a situation that could end up cursing us. For that reason, we'll not want to play attacks unless this enemy is doing an attack intent that we can't handle. Like this one. Good. And I could even purge that next turn. And I can purge that next turn as well. Power. Attack. Skill. Of course, we seem to be looping here. Why don't you change that? That's more like it. That I can deal with. Have some Flame Barrier. Easy. Dropkick. Kind of fits into the deck, but without the Shockwave, could be dead card. I don't think there's any need for it. No need. No need. Is Parasite going to be one of the toughest ones to master? I think so. Although at least we can deliberately farm Parasites off Writhing Mass to get the mastery. I think Injury and Shame could be a bit tougher. Deck's getting a little thick. Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Use the 2-cost Entrench. I'm okay with that. Here we go. Nib for even more damage. Can be used on Reaper, and I don't know, do we want a second copy of Bloodletting Plus? I'm gonna go with yes. We would love that. So that's even more energy generated from cards. Combined with double Dark Embrace, we're gonna start to really go off the rails. Blood for the Blood God. AKA me. Jawworms for the Jawworm God. This is the most possible damage dealt by an encounter on turn 1. Triple 17s from the Jawworms for a total of 51 incoming damage. And I don't even care. Blocking the path, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Just waiting for Reaper now. There you are. No. Penultimate upgrade. Getting the Dark Embraces upgrade matters a lot. I think we most want to upgrade this True Grit, though, so we can exhaust a card of our choosing rather than a random one. It's pretty unplayable as it is. Run seems crazy? Yeah, it's pretty absurd. More than absurd. It's ridiculous. You too. Yay, strength. It's this turn. Excellent turn to double flex. Keep all of the strength, thanks to orange pellets. Skip the Dark Embrace for the moment. Difficult not to play one of them, though. Sure. Pen nib. Good work. The damage. Next boss. Hey there, Slap Chop. Thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome. The Goosey Sub Club. Feel the pain, Dark Embrace. Just take some damage. Keep this impervious. Time meter limits the number of cards we can play. Every time we play 12 cards, our turn gets ended. That means we just have to be a little bit choosy about what we play on what turns. No biggie. Here we go. Still no power to use the flex, though. skill, power, attack. Sure. It's unlikely we can kill Time Eater in 4 cards here. So I'm just gonna set myself up here with all these powers. Got him. No prob. Maybe could have set up Pen Nib there, but quite frankly, I don't think it's going to matter much. We have tons of money as we go into Act 4. Dakvac says, do most bosses have a set series of attacks, or is it RNG? Actually, depends on the boss a little bit. So, quick summary here. Guaranteed pattern of attacks from all of the Act 1 bosses. Hexaghost, Slime Boss, and Guardian are all completely fixed. In Act 2, Bronze Automaton is completely fixed. Collector is somewhat fixed and somewhat random, and Champ is almost completely random. So there's a mixture in Act 2. Then in Act 3, Donu and Deka are completely fixed in pattern. Awakened one is mostly fixed with a slight randomness, and Time Eater is mostly random, which makes, again, it's a little tricky. So I guess I'd say more than half of bosses have fixed patterns, but there are a good number of them, particularly in the late game, with either semi-randomness or full randomness in their attack patterns. Generally speaking, when a fight has randomness involved... I need to upgrade these. When a fight has randomness involved, there's some measure of control you can impose over it, or prediction that you can employ. For example... Time Eater can't use any move other than their multi-attack twice in a row. So if they're using their debuff, you know it's followed by a multi-attack or single attack. And if they're using the single attack, you know it's followed by either a debuff or the multi-hit. Wait, what? That's a weird response to Flex, Bailerbot. Why would you say that? No. Lose another strike? Sure. Spatula Evolved. Thanks for 5 months. Spoon's kind of interesting here. Chance to not exhaust cards that would normally be exhausted. Problem with Strange Spoon is that then we don't draw off Dark Embrace or get block off of Feel No Pain. But I'll take Lantern, Thread Needle, sure. Spot Weakness with Pyramid's pretty good too. Sure is. We want Trip? Not really. Berserk is basically free energy with the pellets, kind of, but it does cost us card draw. But I think with double Dark Embrace, it'll be worth it. We spent most of the money. Good job. Is a Blood Potion better than a Block Potion? Block Potion blocks 12. Blood Potion, 20% of this is 14. Yes. Blood Potion is better than a Block Potion by a slight amount. Estetin, welcome to the list of channel cuties. All hail, that's a new cutie. Holy heck. Cutie alert. Awesome. Get you added right away. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. Perfect. Let's go. Cactuiars, thanks for the 9 months. Waffle. And Steve Care, thanks for 25. Steve Care 25, excuse me. Thanks for the Prime sub. Heck yeah. This is not the turn one we're looking for. I think we just keep this flex in the Reaper. This is not the fight for the Cultist Potion, is it? Surely it's the Heart fight we use that in. Ouch. This fight can go pretty badly pretty quickly. They're going to have block next turn. We could actually end up dead. I think I'll keep the Twin Strike then. Yes, the Red Skull. The power. Fortunately, Shockwave doesn't do much of anything. Tell me we're alive at least. I think so. Yeah, I think so. With his hand. 3 attacks. Okay. That was a very bad draw. Jeez. All the good stuff on the bottom. Wow, you gotta be kidding me. That's fine. Oh, I actually had pinned him. I could have killed the shield there. This is still fine. Having so little health going into Heart, though, seems like it could be really challenging to win. Almost impossible, one might say. Almost. Probably should have kept the anger to use orange pellets. Good. Could even remove Frail before playing Impervious. Flex, Rage. We might even want to skip Flex. No, we need the Strength. This is a question of how much I need 3 health this turn. Should be 31. Go to 45. I think we need that extra hit point. Or that extra draw, excuse me. Oh, great time to draw Void. Thank you. Flame Barrier Entrench keeps us alive. That should be enough for the moment. A little close here. Thankfully, the Tungsten Rod reduces some of this damage, but we lose our Plated Armor. Okay, Shockwave this turn is very important. Just need to draw Reaper soon. Not getting disarm kind of sucked. Take 2 plus 1 plus 1. Go to 2. That would let me not play the other Bloodletting. That's not possible then. Okay, just end turn. Good. Okay. All is well. That's all we needed. In theory it is. What's the play here? Weakness and flame offering? Go to 1? Put Entrench first. Probably should. Yeah, we should. Okay. Although I won't be able to pen nib if I... So just inflame spot weakness offering. One HP. Formal strike. Reaper. No prob. Never had an issue in my life. Let's keep going. Bringing you below 400 health actually seems really important. So we can kill in 2 turns before we get attacked again. Do I want to use the other stuff now? No. This is enough raw health to just survive this, thanks to the weaken from Shockwave. Although that requires us to damage cap and survive this turn, which looks really hard. Actually, no, with Tungsten Rod, we're not as close to dead as I thought. Okay, so let's just go to town. Good. So normally we'd be barely surviving, but again, Tungsten Rod makes this less. We brought Heart below 200, so we can kill on this turn. And now Red Skull is active. The power. That's all she wrote, Twitch chat. GG. Thought we were dead there for a minute, but we pulled through despite the bad elites fight to get a success. I'll take it. That's Entrench Mastered and Flex Mastered forevermore, too. So funny that we would master Entrench on a run with no barricade. That's funny. Richly deserved. If you like that video, watch this one next. What a good run. GG, everybody. GG. Hell yeah. How much HP did Rod save? Only 119. No biggie. But I think the real star of the show was absolutely the strike dummy. Hey, thanks, Faley. Much appreciated. Yeah, strike dummy after calling it, like practically asking the Spire to make the strike dummy and having it work out. That was great. Mark McCarr, thanks for the gifted sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, Jess. GG, everybody. Absurd. Simply absurd. Strike Dummy doesn't track stats, unfortunately, so we're not allowed to know what it did. The Spire sleepeth, and so shall I. Hey, Deckback, thanks for the 2 bits. No worries. Appreciate what you can give. How many hours do I have in this game? Just a casual 6,500. We've played a lot of Slay the Spire. It's a fun game. Let's see, Steam says... Yeah, 6,500, more or less. It is my full-time job, although I also get to play other games when I want to. Including, dear Twitch chat, right now. What was the choice for the crown? It was Crown, Box, or Tiny House, with only 5 starter cards and 3 energy per turn. The crown came close to killing us, actually. We didn't quite find... You know, a second Feel No Pain would have made that a lot easier, for example. But even so, it was a really great run. Really great run. Double flex. Yeah, the rare Crown W. Bashar of the Ages, thanks for the 45 bits. Sprinkled in one at a time. Beautiful stuff. And yeah, after dying to Nemesis, felt good to get one back on the Spire there. Alright, Twitch chat. I think that's all the Spire I've got in me, but not all the stream. Coming up next, we're going to play some Brotato. Some roguelite, enemy evadey, stat buildy, shooty action. Playing some of the characters with the latest patch. Should be a good time. Before we switch over, well, actually, we're going to switch over to Brotato, hang out on the main menu, and then go on a break here. Need another snack. And another refill of the water. I'll also take this opportunity to shout out our sponsor for this month, which is HelloFresh. For those of you who are in the US, did you know that you can support the stream and get fresh, tasty food and recipes delivered to your front door? It's a pretty good deal. All you've got to do is click that link in chat or use the code POGHF86607 at HelloFresh.com. That's active until the 8th of March, so this is the final week of our HelloFresh promotion. So anybody who had ideas of using that, make sure to do it quick. Unfortunately, although HelloFresh is outside the US, non-US residents can't use the deal with our code and benefit the stream, but you can still subscribe to HelloFresh and just try it out. Yes, Crip Red Daddy, I think revisiting Backpack Hero for its full release would be a good idea. I see they've added at least one new character since we last played as well. So I'm going to bring us on over to the Brotato action here as we close out of the Spire. If you're headed out as we switch games, no worries. 'Twas good to have you. For those who are sticking around for Brotato, you're in for a treat. Yeah, it's wild to think the Brotato is still early access here. Let's do some difficulty 5 random starts. There we are. All right, Twitch chat. I'm going to take a couple minutes to grab a snack here. I'm still starving. When I return, we're going to be jamming out to the Brotato tunes and shooting some enemies. BRB. Alrighty, Twitch chat, the wait is over. It's time for some Brotato. If you've not seen it before, Brotato is a wave-based survival game. Kind of in the similar vein to Vampire Survivors, except there's more of a discrete ending and objectives than Vampire Survivors. You start with one of, I think there's 30 different characters now, each of which have different modifiers to several stats, and from there you can pick one of several weapons to start with. We're going to be doing random character, random weapon, which has resulted in the Saver with a Cacti Club. That ought to be pretty fun. I actually think Cacti Club might be an underrated weapon, so pretty happy to start with it here. The Saver is all about hoarding money. Saver gets bonus damage for every 25 materials and starts with a piggy bank, meaning that they can get additional money each wave based on the unspent cash that they have. However, to make up for it, all items are more expensive. So we get more money, and items are more expensive. I think the core strategy with Saver is to get some survivability and a few good weapons, and then outscale the game by hoarding tons of cash and getting huge plus damage percent that way. As always, we play on Danger 5, the highest difficulty level. It means things are pretty challenging, and adds elite and horde waves that are really tricky. So every wave, the objective is to evade the enemies while killing them with our attacks. All of our attacks are automatically performed by us. I don't have to do any inputs, just move around here. Ooh, more harvesting? Yeah, we want to build on this character. So there are a whole bunch of stats. I'll go over them in brief for those who might be less familiar with Brotato. Max health is very explanatory, the amount of health we have. HP regen and lifesteal are two different ways to heal. Hit point regeneration is healing based on time. The more regen you get, the faster you'll heal, and lifesteal is a % chance to heal you for 1. Note that this is not based on the damage your attacks do. It's more about how many times you attack. % damage modifies all of our attacks by a percentage, whereas melee, ranged, and elemental damage are separate damage stats for 3 different weapon types that add a flat amount of damage. So added damage and % damage are multiplicative with one another, which makes them really useful in conjunction. Likewise, attack speed makes you attack faster, and that's multiplicative with all the other damage modifiers. Crit chance to deal crits, also multiplicative. Engineering, kind of the 4th damage stats, improves certain weapons as well as tech structures like turrets. Range adds a flat amount of range to every weapon, so it actually benefits shorter range weapons more than longer range ones. Armor reduces the damage we take. Dodge is a chance to avoid enemy damage. So 2 forms of damage mitigation, also multiplicative with each other. Speed makes you faster. And lastly, the 2 econ stats, luck and harvesting. Luck gives a higher chance for health and item drops from enemies, as well as improving the rarity of rewards from level ups and in the shop. And harvesting gives us materials and experience points. Basically, kill X enemies for free at the end of each wave. It also increases automatically. Base crit multiplier depends on the weapon. Most weapons are ×2, with a base crit chance of 3%. But some weapons have different base crit or different crit multiplier. With daggers, I think, going up to 4.5 times damage on crits. And the lowest I've seen is 1.25 for shurikens. Anyway, let's take that harvesting. So ideally we want to hold on to money for a little while. Locking some early items to purchase is a good idea. That we want to purchase eventually, but not immediately. I think Terrified Onion's pretty good. Claw Tree gives us melee damage and crit chance. It's not too bad either. How do I feel about Rock? Rock does pretty good damage. It's a primitive weapon, so it'll give us 3 more max health. Let's buy the Rock outright. Do 1 reroll. Don't know if I want 2 rocks. 2 rocks would slow us down, but the Terrified Onion will counteract that, actually. So you know what? I'll lock another rock. Lock the rock. Lock rock. Locking them rather than buying them immediately to take advantage of the Saver's ability to multiply money that they get. Since I think we'll only need 2 weapons for the second wave. Lucky to get a bonus item there. Curious what that'll be. Burning spreads to a nearby enemy. Interesting. I'm going to take this. Currently, this doesn't help us, but that could definitely change. Tempting to take 5 attack speed. I think 3 max health is very sensible, though. Note that we can also pay money to reroll these options, getting a new set of 4. I feel about melee damage. Take luck. Slingshot. Now there's a good primitive weapon. A range attack that bounces a couple times. Buy the rock, lock this slingshot. Reroll 2 slots. Lock Ugly Tooth. Yeah, we get more minus speed if I take another rock. I see they reduced the penalty from blunt. You no longer get as much minus speed. That's pretty good. So 6 blunt items is now 3 armor, 6 max health, minus 10 speed. Used to be minus 15 for 6 of them. See you later, Miskatonic Blue. Let's get some more harvesting. The earlier in the run you are, the better harvesting is. 4 melee damage, or we could start investing in dodge. Could maybe also consider lifesteal for healing. With the Cacti Club, lifesteal's a pretty good idea. I want to be able to kill stuff, though. I'll take the melee damage. Ooh. Lock that. Buy these 3. Buy 1 reroll. So we're trying to have as much unspent money as possible each way. If we can't spend no money, that's max greed, and that'll get us killed real fast. But we want to spend little money. Or at least not all of our money, at best. Or worst. Yeah, double down on the melee damage. That's going to multiply really well with the bonus from saving. Which actually makes the hatchet a really good melee weapon for this character, because the hatchet is a melee weapon that has a very low cooldown. It's all about attacking very quickly, lots of times. Perfect. Let's roll one more time. Yeah, the other Cacti Club. Okay, perfect. So there's a good set of 6 weapons, which is the max you can hold at once. Hate the hatchet? Don't underestimate it. It's all about the cooldown. It seems really bad on paper as long as you fail to realize that it's one of the fastest attacking melee weapons that's out there. Range 125 is pretty sad, though. tanky. Hard to turn down the purple upgrade so soon. So yeah, I'll take Heart 3. Could make a better Cacti Club. I think these spawn more projectiles. Or I could even combine the rocks to have 3 Cacti Club. I like that more. Then we'll lose the speed penalty. And it'll be a third heavy item, so we'll get another 5% damage modifier. Let's do that. We don't lose the armor because a Rock 2 just has 1 armor on it, so it's actually just basically an upgrade. Do I want to keep these slots as they are for now? How much range damage do we need? 50%? Okay, so those are going to scale up pretty fast, actually. This might be one of the best characters to use the Cacti Club. Alright, let's just not spend any money, because we have the piggy bank. Get some HP regen in exchange for a little bit more luck. Sure. I was just thinking we could use some more healing. And I'd love 10% more attack speed. This I don't think is good enough. I'm going to reroll these. Elemental damage. That ain't it. One more reroll? One more. Oof. Take either Harvesting to get us over 40 or Luck here. 1 armor's not too bad either. But I'm going to go Harvesting. I was just thinking I wanted a Lumberjack shirt. Although we're going to go into negative HP regen, I'm not sure why I bothered. Go Lumberjack shirt, Hedgehog. Keep the Broken Mouth locked. On this egg, you have to kill these eggs before they hatch to avoid getting much more dangerous monsters on the field. Or you can just fight the bigger creatures if you want to. Already at level 10, that's crazy. I guess that's all the harvesting, giving us experience points. Level 10 is a guaranteed purple perk. I actually really want 3 range damage, because it's going to boost the slingshot, but also the damage output of these cactus clubs. Giving their projectiles better base damage, and as we get huge percent damage from the Saver, that's going to start to do a lot. A lot. I will buy a propeller hat. That's all I need here. A little spooky, but not too bad. Yeah, the cacti clubs are doing work, and I think... Yeah, I'll take a look up. I think if we can get some lifesteal, this is really going to start to work well. More armor is also pretty good. This 12% damage perk, less good than usual, because we're going to get plenty of percent damage from the Saver's special ability. We'd prefer to take other stats where possible. Ooh, 16 harvesting? Yes, please. That's going to level us up more, get us more money, which will, again, self-multiply. Keep not buying that broken mouth for a little bit longer. Again, every dollar we don't spend gets multiplied by 1.2 every wave. $1,500. Oh, here's a way to heal. Chance to heal when picking up material. Although the minus range damage is pretty sad here. I don't like that. Lucas 1200, thanks for 8 months of support. The first point of regen is the most impactful one. That makes sense to him. So it's nice to have HP regen 1 at minimum. I don't know. I'm going to recycle here. I'm expecting lifesteal to work. Free rerolls, that's awesome. More harvesting and more pickup range, also awesome. Thanks, Little Frog. And you better believe I'm taking 3 more points of armor. And heck yeah, 15 luck. Now we're talking. I'll go double slingshot here. Yes. Torch is also kind of interesting with the perpetuating burning damage, because we have one snake. This torch could do pretty ridiculous things, actually. Got coffee, and now I've got tea in this. Although I was having a coffee earlier. This character is the Saver, Cactuiars. Could just ditch the hatchet, pick up the slingshot, rather than combining the cactus club. Though I'd almost rather ditch the rock if I was going to ditch something. I think I'm not ditching anything. Buy that. I'm going to lock the torch. Weird food's pretty good. We're already at negative dodge. Okay. I don't want mastery because of, again, the cacti clubs. Well, and the slingshots, too. Those also use range damage. Okay, there's lifesteal. Let's get that lifesteal. We definitely want lifesteal. We are offered another rock. I was wondering if that might happen. What I'm going to do is ditch the rock for the torch. I don't want to be offered more blunt items, quite frankly. To be blunt. Although double rock would give me 2 more armor. Such a slow-firing weapon. Really doesn't do much damage. And I really want to see what this torch can do. So... the torch. What about the charcoal? It's another 2 melee damage and 1 elemental. We got plenty of harvesting anyway? Sure. Bonus damage to bosses and elites. Oh yeah, I'm gonna lock that. I'm not gonna buy any of these. Oh, it's mummy time. Okay, hold on. I would like to get some more range. Minus lifesteal, but chance to instantly attract materials. If I were healing off the materials, I would take that, but I don't want the minus lifesteal. I do want 3 more range damage. And I do want a second snake. Let's check it out. How are the weapons doing? How did the torch do with 1 snake? 3711, 2284, 3500, 4500 is what the torch did. More than anything else. Although it is a purple weapon, so it's not that much more. But yeah, I'll take another snake. Snake? Blindfold doesn't seem worth it. Metal, though, plus to everything. Feels like we need a little bit of help, and that's bonus speed and armor both, which I like quite a lot. Spear might be better than a hatchet. We're fighting a horde wave. Nah. So we're currently at 89% damage from the saved materials. Plus 88. Yeah. And we'll get 20% more materials when we click go. Which means we're now at 107% damage modifier. So Cactus Club projectiles are currently at 8. 19 by 5 burning on the torch, spreading to 2 nearby enemies. Pretty encouraging. Horde waves are very scary. So if we survive this, I'll be very happy. Weird food putting in work. Oh dear. Yes. Kill me. Good. We're alive. 10 crit chance, but we're at -4. I like our armor just fine. And quite frankly, 45 materials is pretty good. These ain't it, though. These gotta reroll. 4 elemental damage. Sure, that just seems downright efficient. And 4 range damage, or 45 range. I want 4 range damage. 10 melee damage and 5 elemental damage is gnome. We'll lose range and pickup range. Minigun. We have enough range damage that minigun actually seems absurd. I'm gonna lock that in. And I'm gonna buy the gnome. padding. We lose 5% speed, but we gain 1 max health for every 100 materials we have. We're playing the Saber. Okay, that seems worth it. This is currently 33 max health, although minus 5 speed. And yes, the build seems to want every stat. Don't worry about it. Just watch. Whoa. Don't get hit by that. 33 extra max health, it definitely helped out here. Coupon! Stuff is cheaper. Sure. Minus range for plus damage, a stat I don't even really need that much of. Actually, no. Normally I'm all about Cyclops worms, but not here. Weird ghost? No way. No way. I think I will buy the minigun for this next wave. Let's lose this stinky hatchet. This hatchet is not cutting it. So this does 14 damage and pierces through one enemy for half additional damage. It's also a heavy weapon. That's why we saw it, right? Because the cacti clubs. That's why the minigun's here. Because of the cacti clubs. Can't stress that enough. Ooh, and a statue. A triangle of power. Statue's hilarious too, but probably not good. Small mag is excellent. Plus range damage and attack speed. A lock triangle of power for next wave. 35-65. We have a 95 max health, 142% damage. Minigun says 17. Gotta dodge those shots, though. Please avoid the bullet hell. There's too many bullets. Help. Oh, jeez. Frickin' bullet hell, man. Dang, this run was so promising. If only we had a little bit more lifesteal, I think we would have made it there. Bummer. Wave 14 is rough. Forgot what we were in for there. I probably should have bought a few new items, but oh well. GG. That was such a cool run, and I'm very sad that we lost it. But when you lose a new run, you get to start a new one, and that's always fun. Mage. Mage is one of the easier characters. Mage starts with a snake and a scared sausage, meaning that all their attacks have a chance for burning. And we were lucky enough to start with SMG. But Mage cannot benefit from any damage modifiers other than Elemental, so you pretty much have to go Elemental build on Mage. I'm gonna grab range. Ooh, Lightning Shiv seems really good for this character. No longer have any incentive to not spend my money, so let's grab an SMG and a Lightning Shiv. And reroll for some cheap weapons. Third SMG? Burning can't crit, can it? Lumberjack shirt might be important, actually. I don't want 3 SMGs. Rather get a shotgun or more shivs. Oh, that's right. I remember, Tom. Yeah, the 0 damage nuclear launcher. It's a good way to change it. So now you just can't benefit from the any bonuses to those damage. Also, very notably, you get to benefit from the base damage of weapons. Like, these SMGs do 3 damage instead of 1. That's pretty cool. Take some early max HP. Lifesteal is also going to be really good with Mage. Actually, you know what? I'll take the 1% lifesteal. Ooh, and I'll definitely take Ugly Tooth. Oh my good lord. Okay, well, that is the earliest flamethrower on Mage I have ever seen. Wave 3, where we rolled flamethrower in the shop. Holy crap. Well, we buy that and then we just go to town, really. It's time to stack range modifiers, my friends. Let them all burn. There's more range. We could take elemental damage. But I genuinely think we want range, or we could start on harvesting. Actually, this early on, harvesting is pretty good too. Let's take that. Harvesting and attack speed? Bait. 8% additional damage. Special enemies appear at the beginning of the next wave. Cute. Sounds like bait. Wow, this is very easy. I've never had a flamethrower this early. Dang. 10 attack speed, or do we start investing in luck, too? I think we want more attack speed. There's the shotgun. Wand? No thanks. Keep that bait locked for a little bit longer. I would like some more max HP before I buy baits. Am I playing on PC? Yes. Poor lightning shiv. Seems so out of place now. Had such hopes for it, or initially. Three elemental damage? You better believe it. We get 33% more elemental damage mods, so that's pretty good. 6 max health, there we go. Now, oh, and a second flamethrower. Oh my good lord. I'll take Gentle Alien and bait. Let's go. Bloodleech sounds good too, actually. Those are the special enemies. A lot of bullets, and they're gone. free landmines. It's only 7 materials. Sure, why not? I'll take them. Let's get some more lifesteal. And some more lifesteal. Cute monkey's a nice way to heal. Sure. We don't do range damage. In fact, we don't even take the penalty. More lifesteal, but minus elemental? I'll take pickup range, though. Helps me hoover up all the materials. Have I won every character on level 5? No, we're missing 6 or so. Mostly the ones that got added with recent patches. Flippity blappity. More range. Potato thrower. 3. Scales with our max health. Interesting. No? I think no. Max health, yes, though. Luck, yes. I don't like items with minus speed as a general rule. Rocket launcher. Can't modify the damage of this. Ooh, let's go blood donation. We get 40 harvesting, but take 1 damage per second. I like it. That's 40 additional experience, 40 additional materials every wave. We have enough lifesteal that we should be able to counteract the degeneration. Yeah, we can. 5%'s not that much, but we're shooting so much. And we'll definitely want to stack some more lifesteal as we go here. Get hit though. Double crate. Triple crate. Don't die. Triple crate. Didn't die. Yes, more HP from consumables, please. Even more HP from consumables. And then create consumables with a garden. What a nice synergy package we just got. Also, more elemental damage. But maybe consider armor, though. Alright, fine, I'll take armor. And lifesteal, there we go. Now we're at 8% lifesteal. Leather vest adds dodge. Not that great. 2 armor, though. For 3 max HP minus loss? Seems still probably worth it. Actually puts us into a slightly positive dodge, too. Additional pierce. Flamethrowers already pierce. But adding additional pierce to everything else is pretty amazing here. Lock that by the bat. Time to get toasty in wave 9. Definitely would like some more max HP. Second scared sausage. Okay, this increases our chance to inflict burn. This is perfect. And I'm definitely going to grab 3 more armor. And it's time we took some move speed, too. I was just thinking, minus 3% move speed ain't cutting it. Alright, do we dare double down and go double blood donation to bring our harvesting up to 80? I say yes. Now we'll take 2 damage per second. That's a lot of damage, so we'd better sort that out. Give me another garden. And a boxing glove. And what do higher upgraded SMGs do? Do they fire faster or just more damage? I don't remember. Guess I'll just ditch this, go triple SMG. Stop offering me minus max health. Dang it. Help. Feel this spooky, man. We're powerful. More max health. Yes, please. More range? We're already at 75 range, but the more range we have, the further these flamethrowers go. Yeah, extend them another 45 units. Give me some more harvesting. Give me some more range. Actually, this doesn't give me range damage, though. It's 25 range, minus 7 attack speed. That's not worth it. Okay, just ups the damage. 3rd flamethrower. Sure. Triple flamethrower, let's go. Maximum toasting begins. The mummies can't get to us because of the boxing glove. The flamethrower has knockback now. Chance to instantly attract materials. No thanks. Attack speed, elemental damage. This is level 15, so we could reroll for a different purple perk. We want survivability. I would like 9 more max health. Quite a lot. 9 more speed will also suffice. Even more speed. Alrighty. Ooh, and Wandering Bot, in case we didn't have enough things that slowed down enemies. Let's add another one. I see we're fighting an elite. That's going to be a little tricky. Ooh, start waves at half health, but we have more HP regen. Shoddy 3 is also pretty sweet. I'm going to recycle. Yeah, I'll take a set tomato. Okay. Let's see how we do here. Dodge the bullets. Just gotta do it. Don't think I can kill the boss here. Bosses are pretty resilient to burn damage, generally. Much rather prioritize just surviving with our huge harvesting anyway. The mini-boss. The elite, whatever you want to call them. Get several regular crates. Easy. Not sure why so many crate dropping enemies spawn, but I like it. Alright, let's trade some of that range for damage. And let's definitely take 8 more max health, and let's definitely take another garden. And you know what? I'd actually love some more range. Bonus damage to bosses and elites. Well, we've got another one coming up on wave 14. This might actually let me kill the next one. Not too late for an XP gain boost. Cheap additional healing's great too. Peacock. Bonus experience during the next wave, but bonus energy bonus enemy damage during the next wave as well. I'm okay with Peacock for wave 13. We should definitely not use it on wave 14, though. That'll be a nasty one. Free rerolls are good, too. Buy you, reroll. Fuel tank, buy that, too. Good talk. Alright, I need healing. Thank you. But the fact that the garden spawn immediately is really nice. Makes the sad tomato a lot better. Yeah, this is a wave I don't mind being boosted. Lots of double materials, too. Really nice if I could get to level 20, but I doubt it. Level 19 at least. More scar, sure. Get us into positive dodge values. I'll reroll. How about 12% more damage? And 15% more attack speed. Ooh, and 20 more luck. I like all of those things. Pulling damage numbers on the shotties. I don't know if they count the damage they're dealing from the snake, the scared sausage or not. But here's the numbers. The flamethrowers are dealing about 6,000 average. 3,000, 3,000 on the shotguns, 2,000 on the SMG. What's attack speed doing with these weapons? It's getting us more lifesteal procs. And believe it or not... Oh wait, they nerfed the flamethrower. Oh. Flamethrower no longer scales the base damage at all, huh? Didn't realize that. But yeah, it's getting us more lifesteal. That's the main thing. Crossbow 4? Weird. It's you. This might be the easiest of the elites for us to kill. But I don't know if even constant burning damage will be enough. Get in there with the shotties. Doesn't look like it's me enough. Bummer. Just kill everybody else, though. Oh, you got a different attack pattern. I like this one better. Oh, we can't crit, so no use in a hunting trophy, sadly. So attack speed really is not doing that much, huh? Guess I'll take 12% damage then. And yes, another boxing glove. Here we go. Take another acid too. Handcuffs would be 8 additional elemental damage, but caps our max health. Could buy yet another dangerous bunny. I'll take one more. That'll be better if I lock the handcuffs anyway. Piggy bank, you're too late. Ritual's great. Third boxing glove. Okay, it's gonna get silly now. Sure, I want more max health. The main problem with attack speed on this build is that most of our damage is from burning, which is not increased by attack speed. But other damage modifiers do affect it. Like elemental and percents. I think it is probably a good idea for us to combine these flamethrowers. 3 of them does seem kind of redundant, since their base damage doesn't do anything, really. It's mostly for thorough blanket coverage. Heck yeah, we don't care about attack speed or crit chance. Give me luck and harvesting. And there's more elemental damage. And way more max health. There we go. Now I can take handcuffs and feel okay about it, but I think I'll wait maybe another wave or two. Another peacock. Tractor 2. Interesting. Seems like those mostly won't be worth it, but yeah, not for minus 8%. I will take peacock for the next wave. Poisonous tonic. Gives 15 range and 10 attack speed. I do like those stats enough to take this. We don't really benefit from the crit chance. That's okay. SMG... yeah, fires the same speed, so not particularly worthwhile. And attack speed isn't useless, it's just not great. We'll buy the handcuffs to maybe try to kill the elite with. Be cool if we can kill one of them. Pablo Esquibar, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Thanks for that support. Hope you're enjoying the Brotato. I know I sure am. Is this endless? There is an endless mode in Brotato, but normally the game ends when you defeat the bosses at wave 20. It's a 90-second gauntlet. On Danger 5, you have to play against 2 bosses. And either kill them both or survive the full 90 seconds. Not sure which one of the 2 this build will be able to do. Nope. Reroll. Oof. That's better. Ish. And sure, give me some more armor. A lot of level ups there. So, shall we buy the handcuffs, cap ourselves at 76 max health for the rest of the run? We will. And we get lots of elemental damage. Upgrade the other flamethrower. I'm down. And I guess we like missile. It's another 10% damage. We lose attack speed, but as previously established, attack speed not as valuable here. Hey, jousting lances are cool. Second silver bullet would have been nice. I'll still take it so that we can maybe kill the bosses. Although I don't think it'll be that useful. We're fighting Knife Man. That guy's one of the easier ones to kill, because there's a relatively safe spot right close to this elite. Which means we can stack our shotgun damage here. Holy moly, though. Did you change your pattern, sir? You seem angry. Got him. Satisfying. Note how our absurd knockback means nothing can even approach me now. 2 gloves. No, we have 3. 3 boxing gloves for 9 knockback on the flamethrowers. And now we have more range and way more range. Night goggles give 15 crit chance and 50 range. And 4 elemental damage. I'll take it. Yoink. We actually don't lose the max health? Sure. One engineering for every elemental damage you have. This is 39 engineering. Not that we have any use for the engineering. We can't even benefit from engineering on this character. Bummer. More enemies? Sure. Sounds fun. Okay, but these nerds are a little fast. So are we, I suppose. Toasty, toasty wave. Who needs 5 HP regen? Not me. How about 16% more damage? Thanks. Don't need a medical turret either. Another poisonous tonic, maybe? Sure, we're into positive crit chance now. Why not? Minus 10 luck for 10 HP regen is medkit. That's interesting. Fuel tank's definitely good. Rip and Tear is actually decent damage because of our huge percent damage mod. I'll just reroll again. Tardigrade. Nullify the first hit. I think that'll not work with the blood donations, though. But this is more healing. Blood Leech at the very end here when harvesting stops mattering mostly? Sure. So ultimately, this run feels absurdly strong now, and I think at the heart of it is the decision to take the double blood donations. The huge harvesting stat that we gained from that has allowed us to essentially outscale the game. So because we got ahead on Econ, we won everything. And now the late game is super easy. Even though we're still taking 2 damage per second, it hardly matters when we heal more than that. We're level 27. Yeah, and the floor 3 flamethrower. That also, of course, helped get this run started. Sure, give me some dodge. Funny how much plus and minus dodge I've stacked on this run. Crit chance and elemental damage? Sure, I'll take that. Statue. Attack speed while standing still is fun. Shoddy 4 is pretty good, too. We want to kill the bosses, we're going to want shotguns. Third scared sausage, sure. This is the boss wave. This one's for all the marbles. I don't know if we can kill these bosses, but I'm sure we can survive for a while. Sometimes it's easy to just kill one of the two, rather than try to get them both as well. I feel like they changed the indicators for the spam attack here. Just a little different than I remember. That's a good dodge. Thanks, 9% dodge. Maybe think about killing one of them, though? That'd be really nice. No! I'm alive! And they are not. GG. Very close, very fun. Cool to get a double boss kill as mage. That's pretty hard to do. Yeah, saved by the bonus crate. Game got easier. GG. Alright, who's next? The Knight. Bonus melee damage for every armor we have. Bonus initial armor. But can also only equip tier 2 weapons or above, which is a good thing, arguably. Penalty to attack speed ups, penalty to harvesting ups. Seems like a pretty strong character overall. We're starting with a torch, which is not my choice, but that's how random goes. Here we are. Probably ditch that pretty quick. I'd actually really like to try the lances, if possible. Those seem really cool. Grab a little bit of range for our melee weapons. How about a cacti club? Can't equip ranged weapons, but we can get ranged damage modifiers. Interesting. I'm a believer. Oof. All right, let's try something weird. Move speed, please. Sticks seem like they're really good on Knight. We're doing Burning Knight, apparently. Why? I'm not sure. Just trust me. Or perhaps don't. Probably shouldn't. Do weird things sometimes. And more move speed. Burning Cactus Run is go. Operation Burning Cactus. Chance. No, I'm just going to keep taking these little speed ups. And a bit more max health. Sounds good. We don't want harvesting, or mostly don't want attack speed either. Mostly. Boxing glove seems hilarious. Really not seeing the weapons I want. I guess flaming brass knuckles are pretty good, actually. Let's lock in one of those. Kind of hard to afford weapons in the early game because you can only see tier 2 weapons, but as you get to the mid game, it really makes getting into the purple and red tier a lot easier. As much as range damage is kind of tempting, we don't want it here. Fine. Very well. I think coffee's still worth it. It's only 5 attack speed, but I like it. There's Jousting Lance. Gives you bonus speed. Scales with your move speed. Oh man, that's a cool weapon. But this isn't the Lance run. This ain't it. Hey there, 60k3 exclam master sheet. Gives you the list of mastered cards in Slay the Spire. Gets updated daily. Ooh, a Wandering Bot. Nice for a melee character. I do think we want to start building elemental damage and armor. There's armor. Normally not an item I like much, but seems good on this character. Alright, we got some move speed to spare as well. Sure. Metal is also armor. Rock is also armor, but eh. Still looking for attack, not attack speed, lifesteal, excuse me. More elemental damage. And another scared sausage, ideally. Definitely want to fill out these last 2 weapon slots ASAP. Let's get some luck going. Luck's a good stat. Piggy bank. Early enough, that's guaranteed to be worth it. Hatchet seems pretty strong, actually. I'm gonna lock that. I've ever done Wave 8 with only 4 weapons. Maybe as an arms dealer, perhaps. Level 10 means we get a guaranteed purple perk here. We could look for a stat of our choosing. Like, oh, I don't know, armor? I'm also pretty down for 12% damage up. Let's get 12% damage. There's armor, warrior helmet, 3 armor, 5 max health. Sure, we lose speed, but oh well. It's a lot more melee damage. I'll take 2. Alright, my hatchet's got a fast attack speed, so that should be nice when we're surrounded by lots of little enemies. To bat them back. Does like 50 damage a swing. Pretty good. I bet if we look at the weapons at the end of the round, we'll find Hatchet did more damage than anything else. That's partially because it's purple and everything else is blue, but I think it's also really good in that wave specifically. Let's see. 1,200, 1,700, 1,700, 3,000, 2,300. Now, the Flaming Brass Knuckles had the crown by far, although it was second best. 12% more damage. And you know what? Please give me some range. Our weapons don't hit very far. Baby with a beard seems funny as hell. Minus 50 range, though? No, thank you. Main point of this would be to proc our scared sausage and have burning enemies light each other on fire, but I don't think we can actually achieve it. Fertilizer's not very good. Lifesteal, though. Note that that turned my harvesting from 0 into a red 0. Good job. Take some more speed. With the piggy bank, let's just start saving money. I forgot I had that. still only using 5 weapons? I am. Luck's tempting, but let's just grab more armor here. And another brass knuckles. Oh, actually, 2 more brass knuckles and another snake. Here we go. The Burnination is ready. Buy it all. Give me a free reroll. Ditch this torch. Give me a hatchet. We can easily kill this enemy. We have really good damage. Shot in the corner. Duck. I probably should have taken the cute monkey. I don't know why I didn't. We don't use range damage. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't take that. Piggy bank is going to be my stated reason. Torture. 15 max health. Will heal 4 health per second, but can no longer heal in any other way. That's a very early torture before we've gotten any of our other sustain online. So actually, this is probably one of the better tortures that I've seen. Sure. And you know what? Give me some armor. Armor and range. And bait. Monkey skip was a torture hedge, right? Well done. Hello, special enemies. Goodbye. Harvesting doesn't work. Give me 3 more armor. It's our main stat on this character after all. I am going to keep buying range. Probably don't want Gummy Berserker because armor is more valuable and attack speed is less valuable. Take 1 reroll. Scar is good. Right, continuing to save money with the piggy bank. Is that hatchet doing 99? No, the brass knuckles do 99 damage per punch. Good lord. I think the whole burning thing we're doing is just completely irrelevant. and yet I'll commit to it. Nope. Some more elemental damage. I want to believe. I want to believe. I believe. 35 times 6. Okay, that is pretty significant, actually. Who needs luck? Not me. Elite next wave, right? We'll upgrade the Brass Knuckles to Red Tier. And upgrade the Cactus Club too. Why not? Is there a right to run away from the mobs? If you don't kill the mobs, you don't gain any materials or experience points, but it absolutely can be correct to just stay alive sometimes. Living is better than dying, even if you get less stuff, right? We don't use range damage, so 6 free melee damage we will take. And although it's only 7.5%, again, attack speed bonuses are halved. Attack speed's really valuable at this point, so I'll do it. Oh, it's a horde wave, not an elite wave. 39 times 7, with an initial damage of 164. Spicy. Next Cactus Club. 6 projectiles. Fist is also a really good weapon. Just 99 damage, fast cooldown. Just as fast as Hatchet, actually. Same on the Flaming Brass Knuckles. Actually, the Cacti Clubs are the odd ones out here. I don't think they're helping that much. And yet I love them. To shoot the bullets at me, you know. There you go. Well, that wave seemed pretty free. I'll take more range, and we don't benefit from HP regen, so I'll recycle the alien magic and take 9% more move speed. And I think just adding more range to these melee attacks is probably the way to go. Don't even want steroids. Metal plate looks okay. Some more money. Why not load up on the same weapon for the bonuses? We do have 4 primitive weapons equipped. Both hatchets and both cacti have keyword in common, so we're actually able to benefit from some keywords, even though we don't have 6 of the same. You can have 2 pairs, 2 3-of-a-kinds, or 3 pairs, and still get some pretty decent bonuses like that. Elemental damage. Sure, why not? I like it. And what we roll here? 10 luck? No thanks. How about more enemies? Look forward to slaughtering the elite next wave. Apparently the enemies with the bones in their mouth heal other enemies. I've actually never noticed them doing anything, so it's good to know. It seems like enemies that heal other enemies is pretty useless, considering the average time to kill in a Brotato run. Just obliterate the enemies instantly. What use is healing? Really want more melee damage. More range, though, yes. More range. Guess I can go to Hatchet 4, get a 3rd Cacti Club? Sure. Oh, cooldown's in red because of the range. Got it. $308 damage? Alright, lose this Cacti Club. Alright, and here's the reason why. This is a heavy weapon, right? No, it's Elemental Explosive. Okay, it showed up because of the Flaming Blast Knuckles. Or maybe just completely at random. Who knows? Either way, enjoy getting absolutely bonked. Dear enemies. Apparently I'm the one getting bonked. Why am I getting bonked? Hello? Please don't do that. And squished. Robot arm, 6 armor. Our main stat. The penalties are to stats that don't matter because we have torture. Perfect combination. Blood donation doesn't matter much. There's the second scared sausage. That took forever. Maybe I wanted candle? Maybe. Poor bosses are gonna not know what hit them. For a very bad time. We have -8 crit chance, so that won't do anything. I'll just take 30 more range. A third scared sausage, and we might as well spend all of our money here because this is the ultimate final wave. Ooh, hello. Make a plasma sledge 4. 597 damage. Scales with 200% of our melee damage and 200% of our elemental damage. Dang. Thing hits like a truck. More elemental damage. Handcuffs, perfect. 8 elemental and 8 melee damage. And sure, I'll just take 2 more elemental damage. That means it now does 680 damage. The power. Consider yourselves obliterated. Well, maybe not, actually. Hold on, don't die. There we go. GG! Run 1. 2 in a row, not bad. Let's do a new one. Let's do a new one. One more, my friends. Speedy. Maybe this will be our Lance run. Speedy starts with 30% speed and gets melee damage for every 2% speed you have. In fact, I'm going to choose Lance. I want to try this thing. Gives bonus speed, scales with your speed and your melee damage. Pretty good range, too. 250 is better than most melee weapons. Yeah, I want to see Lance speedy, right? Some early harvesting. I would like more lances. Please? Yay! Also luck. grab attack speed. How's it going, Ken Diggy? Spire is over for the day, indeed. Had a couple really good runs today. More harvesting. And more attack speed. And more jousting lances. Excellent. And more luck. There we go. All my dollars. What are we at? 20 luck? Good. Tyler MTC, thanks for 39 months of support. Heck yeah. What are the keywords on this? This is medieval. Gives armor and dodge. Only one keyword. Free landmines? Why not? Feels like some max health is a good idea. Max health and speed, probably. Yeah, 3 speed is definitely worth it. What's the crit modifier on these? Times 2? That's fine. Maybe just wanted to roll for more lances, though. How often are crits more than times 2? I think mostly just for the precise weapons. The dagger and the sniper rifle. Sure, let's get even more luck. Not very motivated by melee damage is a raw stat. We already have 22 of it from other sources. Let's get some max health instead. Thunder Sword. It's a badass weapon. Is it any good here, though? I don't think so. We're here to do 6 lances, okay? Good talk. It does have higher base, better scaling too, and a better cooldown. And more speed bonus. That's actually a very significant upgrade on the lance. How's it going, Fish Red? You're looking at Speedy, the speed type Pokemon. Speedy go fast. Lifesteal. Seems like a good investment, sure. Here we go. Alright, this time we will grab the cute monkey. Butterfly is also a good lifesteal. There we go, now we have some healing. In case we do take damage. Actually, you know what? You feel free to hatch. I'm sure I can stab you fools. Big bug things pretty easily here. Yeah. We actually do get more materials that way, too. Although it is slightly dangerous. Yeah. Max health and HP regen. 6 melee damage? No, 10 attack speed. Statue, not on this character. Character does not want to stand still. We have minus 99 armor if we stand still, or minus 100 actually. Basically the same thing. Tonic is great. Acid's also a pretty good deal for max health, but we do have positive dodge, so I'm not going to do it. Crit chance and dodge. Gambling token's good. Okay. We'll get them both. Let's invest in dodge. That damage, though. Can't wait to see how well this shreds the first elite. I think it's going to be pretty good. I want to attack even faster. Actually a pretty good harvesting level up, too. 5 crit chance? We're already investing in it? Let's just go. Yeah. Purple. Stabby. No thanks. Yes, yes, thanks. That's plus rain, plus speed, excuse me. And let's keep going crit chance now. I think it's gonna be one of the crit chance and attack speed are going to be some of the best ways to scale our damage from here. Yeah. Currently at 60% move speed. Feels like we can afford to take a little bit of armor here. Ho, 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 ho. Triangle of Power, Fin are both incredible. More speed, more damage. I don't actually think I want Muscly Dude. So Lance 3 does 99 damage. We're up to 21% crit chance on it, too. 70% attack speed boost. Wow, we're fast. I was playing on mouse and keyboard, I don't think I'd like this much move speed. With a nice controller thumbstick, it's pretty good. Definitely feels like there's got to be a point that's too fast, but I'm down to go over 100% move speed on this run. I want to see what it feels like. Give as much as possible, please. I hope we find a power generator this run. That would really kick things up a notch. Okay, more dodge. Bait? Definitely. More speed? Definitely. How do I feel about whetstone? Feels like a good sustain source. Give me some more speed. Brass Knuckles 4. I like Lucky Charm. The damage penalty is almost irrelevant compared to what we're currently doing. We're at negative 12 range. Do I want to go even more for an XP bonus? Yeah, I do. Is there a limit to the number of items you can hold? No, you can have 6 weapons, but any number of items. We don't stop moving, though. Dance of Death. Good Horde Wave. Nah. This is level 15, guaranteed purple perk. I'll reroll. Because I want more crits. Ritual's pretty good too. One more reroll. Sweet. Oof, that hurts. A little bit more max health would probably be a pretty good idea as we get into these later waves. We're mostly glass cannon. Don't have to be, though. Oh yeah, more attack speed, let's go. And more lances. And more speed, we're at 84% move speed. Actually don't have enough range to take a Cyclops Worm. Bummer. I might lock it, though, for 111. We'll pick it up once we get a range bonus, maybe from a level up. We lose crit chance, but we get more speed, so I feel like we have to. Keep stacking that dodge. We're up to 30%. Reroll twice here. Yet another whetstone. To 21% lifesteal. That seems pretty excellent. Stick is the claw of this game? Yes, it is. Pretty good, too. Stick is great. If only taking a claw in Slay the Spire made you statistically more likely to find other claws. That is the case for Brotato. Taking one stick means you're more likely to see more. Claw isn't more the merrier. Careful, Shlu. Those are dangerous words you're saying. Also, hello. No. 60 range. There we go. That's a perk. Cyclops Worm easy. I don't think I care that much about pickup radius. 5% speed? We have to. 92 speed. Don't have any projectiles. 30 luck? I'll take it. One more. 30 more luck. Our luck stat is now 94. Hello? Time Vagabond, thanks for 32 months of support. It'll have to do. Your charges are cute. Oh dear. Oh no! Well, that was inevitable. I got charged. Right to the face. I was trying to dodge out of the way of that charge, but I ended up just putting myself directly in its path. GG. GG. All right, we'll do. Let's do one more. One last run for the day. The multitasker can have up to 12 weapons at a time, but takes a damage penalty for every weapon they have. Notably, can start with any weapon. I'm going to be on record as saying that I think Cactus Club is actually one of the better weapons to start with multitasker. It's probably not true, but I think it is. Reason for that is the heavy keyword on the Cactus Club. The more Cactus Clubs or other heavy weapons you have, the more % damage you deal in a way that actually perfectly counteracts the normal penalty the multitasker takes for having too many weapons. Also, I think Laser Gun Cactus Club is kind of a hilarious combo. What about Plank? No, I want to go Laser Gun Cactus Club. That's right, set bonuses don't continue past 6, so on multitasker you may want to have 2 sets of 6 if you want to take advantage of the keyword system. Slingshots would also be welcome here. We are going to start investing ranged early here. Should have bought the lens and rerolled. Oh well. Feels weird to be so slow. A melee weapon that heavily benefits from range damage. Kind of heavily. Projectiles are very hard to actually do relevant damage, I've found. They are very good for proccing lifesteal, though. And again, the heavy keyword benefits your other weapons quite nicely, too. Get some early harvesting. Like lemonade, too. Third Cactus Club, we are blessed. Take a bat as well. Lifesteal is huge for the Cactus Club. What about a Hedgehog? Also pretty good here? Sure. Sure. Kind of hard to get your damage online as the multitasker, so I'm pretty happy with this. Just don't die on this wave. Please? What did I just say? That's actually at +3 speed, believe it or not. Alright, let's take some luck. Luck and range damage. Please and thank you. Yes. Lucking out today, Twitch chat. Actually, that early harvesting is also pretty good. More luck. I'll take it. And I definitely want move speed. I miss it. I miss it very dearly. Jousting lance. Double barrel shotgun will do. Take another headshot as well. Yeah. Actually, do we even want that melee damage that much? No, it's not worth it. So note that we're still at 10% plus damage because of the, again, the heavy keyword on the clubs counteracting the negative of our character, which is minus 5% damage per weapon we have equipped. It's actually quite hard to fully outfit all the weapon slots because they very quickly stop being worth it. Sun and Diab, slowly working towards the sub, baby. Thanks for 4 months. Sure, I'll take a Cyber Ball. We've already got a little bit of luck. What do we roll here? 12% damage to counteract our character penalty. 9 max health, also very good. 3 lifesteal, extremely good. Lifesteal with all the projectiles that we create is where it's at. Stick is also a good weapon for this character, but we're pretty committed to not stick. There's Slingshot. Another double barrel shotgun. Here we go. Don't think I want a scared sausage. Ritual, though. That'll take. Alright, so now we have 8 weapons, and we should start to perform pretty well. Because our percent damage is still in the positive, so it's truly the full offensive power of 8 different weapons here. Get a little bit more max health. Take the ritual, take the propeller hat. Alien eyes contributes damage too. That's kind of cool. I like alien eyes. There's our second laser gun. Good. Wisdom's interesting. I don't think so, Agnor. I think attack speed continues to scale linearly. Plenty of range. I'll take some speed here. Currently at 0 armor. Going to 3 sounds like a pretty good idea. We could roll for 3 range damage if we want to really up our offensive power, which does seem like it's hurting a little bit. I'm going to grab that armor. Crit chance. Probably better to spend our stuff on more guns. Shredder? Not gonna bother with a basic shredder. Second slingshot, though, that'll do. Still in positive damage, okay. All these weapons, man. Effective. There's some range damage. Give that to me. And 15 attack speed. Yes, please. Since we're already at negative dodge, acid seems like a pretty good idea. Sure. But blood leech. 7 lifesteal currently. Leave my harvesting intact. We don't have minus knockback, right? We don't. No, let's take a boxing glove then. There's the whetstone to counteract the knockback. I don't think I'm going to take whetstone. We're firing so many projectiles that I think if we have bonus knockback, it's going to be a little absurd. Still don't feel like sunglasses are worth it. Hatchet 4. Wow. Explosive turret's also fascinating. Huh. One more reroll. Power generator. Where was this last run? Oh, all these are great. Ugly Tooth also seems great here. Alright, we're just waiting to combine you. Suddenly it seems like everything is just dying. I like it. Even more negative dodge. No penalty for that. Sure. Sure. Crit chance? Probably better to take percent damage. Or more lifesteal. I'm gonna go percent damage here. Bloody Hand. Plus 12% lifesteal. 2% damage for every 1% lifesteal that you have. But you take 1 damage per second. That seems awesome. Truly awesome. Not only is that going to be a huge percent damage up, it's going to be trivially easy to lifesteal the health back with 12 weapons. So now our percent damage is 56? Oh. Yeah, only sucks with Triangle of Power, which we don't have. $134 damage laser guns, by the way. New priority to take as much lifesteal as possible? Pretty much. With lifesteal being damage at 2 to 1. I guess damage up perks are still more damage total, but... yeah, lifesteal's incredible now. Plan for tomorrow, we're going to be playing some Eldorand. Continuing our playthrough of that. Our Metroidvania experience. As well as, I think, probably some more Monster Train. What I'm feeling tomorrow. Dang it, couldn't kill that crate carrying enemy. Oh well. There's lifesteal. So this is only 4% damage. No, I'm not planning on revisiting Potionomics. Okay, we're not doing crits. Horde Elite. Bummer. Take another slingshot. Sure. So we have 6 primitive weapons, 4 guns, 4 heavy weapons. Got it. Bean Teacher, minus lifesteal, but 40% XP. That I have to take. Bunny's probably worth it too. Fortunately, 12 weapons dispatches a horde pretty easily, actually. If I didn't get you, thanks for subbing, Day Night. I like it. Day Night Cycle. Hey, I'll take 3% lifesteal. That is better than 8% damage. It's only 6% damage, right? Yeah, it's only 6% damage, but it's definitely better overall. Pistol 3. Not bad. Much rather take more laser guns. Which I think I'll be combining. Too late for Vigilante Ring. All these elemental damage ups. Schmoop. No horde from the horde. Yeah, I was just wondering that. It feels to me like the elites are more rewarding if you kill the elite, but the horde is indeed going to give you more enemies to kill. So I'm actually quite curious how the math would work out. Which one actually gives you more material equivalent or something. It's really spooky. And yeah, you either get the crate or you don't. With the horde, you get a percentage. 50% chance to deal damage when dodging. Problem is, we don't dodge. We do armor, though. There's Triangle of Power. We can't take that. Take another bunny. Cactus Club. What about glass cannon? No. Could have had so many pairs of sunglasses. Chameleon doesn't seem particularly worth it. Whoa, sniper gun 4, double barrel shotgun 4. Wow. 31 times 6 on that shotgun, 168 damage on the sniper gun with 1,000 range. Hitting an enemy spawns 8 projectiles that deal 21 damage. Good lord, I want that. Yes, please. Yoink. Killable hill. Suck. Stack the range. Alright, we'll buy the sniper gun after the horde. The power. The chunkening. Hey, hey, hey. One more range damage, I'll take it. 12% more damage, I'll take it, and 3 more range damage, I'll take that too. 250 damage on the laser gun, jeez. slow firing on that sniper rifle, but still. But still. I don't actually want more cactus clubs, do I? I'll upgrade the slingshot, though. Slingshot 4, don't mind if I do. Yeah, I'll look at the weapons compared to each other after this wave. We got 12 of them. Let's see. I bet the red shotgun's gonna be in the lead. Sure. No. Yes. Alright, the cactus clubs are dealing essentially nothing, but that's not what they're here for. Regular slingshot, 1700, 2800 from the blue one. Purple laser gun somehow did less damage than the blue laser gun. I don't understand. 4,000 from the blue shotgun, 8,000 from the red shotgun, 800, 5,000 from the slingshot, and only 3,000 from the sniper rifle. So yeah, the red shotgun is seriously outdamaging it. It's actually only performing about as well as a blue shotgun, but it's dealing damage in a different way, which I think has value. Okay. Let's fight this elite. You die. Oh yeah, you're dying real hard. 12 weapons is a lot of weapons, apparently. Are you winning, son? That might be true, Sergeant Joe Duck. I'll also go ahead and say that just quantifying total damage dealt does not give you an idea of what a weapon is actually doing for you sometimes. It's not quite as simple as just add as much DPS as possible. Dealing damage to certain locations, certain types of enemies being hit can be pretty important. Too fragile to take this, you think? We don't benefit from the dodge. It's a lot of move speed, though. I'm taking it. More damage. Better slingshots. More lifesteal and more speed. Now we're at 48% move speed. Easy. Talk. Power generator would be good here. Don't we have it? Yeah, we do. We totally do have a power generator. Which is why we're at 132% damage now. So we're getting damage from our lifesteal and our move speed. That's part of why this run is so good. We're double dipping on two stats. And we have 12 weapons, don't forget. Wave 18? I don't think so. That'll take. Sure. More armor. Wave 19 Peacock. Sure. Double XP gain for the penultimate wave. I like it. Do I have anything that qualifies as explosive? I don't believe so. Adrenaline. Chance to heal when dodging. Interesting. How about more eyeballs? So hopefully we get to level 25 with the Peacock here. That would give us a guaranteed red level up perk. I wouldn't mind some more range damage. Yes. Sure. Let's take 45 range with the first perk, and then there's 4 range damage with the guaranteed red perk. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. More laser guns would be really good for the final boss here. Let's combine some of these cacti clubs. They're no longer as relevant as they used to be. 30 attack speed while standing still. Actually, that sounds awesome. Although we do lose 10% damage. I think that's still worth it. Five lifesteal. 20 dodge puts us into positive dodge value. It's also 10% damage up. Sure. Like one more weapon. Oh man. Can't afford that one. Bummer. This is fine. Alright, good enough. Let's slaughter some bosses. Easy. Run. Destroyed. GG, Twitch chat. GG. Gotta say, normally I find Multitasker very challenging. This is one of the easiest Multitasker runs I've had yet. And I owe it all to the Cactus Club start. Well done. Well done. Well, Twitch chat, that is going to be where the show concludes for tonight. It's been a lovely, lovely time streaming for you all, but I've got to get going and get dinner started here. So I am going to be out of here. I'll bid farewell to Mark McCarr, Twitch Tarek, Eternal Rest 88, to my Tom, MPN 82, the Golyo, Fam Burglar, Do the Do, closing in on 3 full years. Heck yeah. And everybody else. I'll give one last plug to our sponsor this month, HelloFresh. If you're in the US and you want to support the stream as well as try out a meal delivery service that I think is genuinely really good, Been a HelloFresh customer for over a year now, and I'm very pleased with the results. Continue to get 3 to 4 meals from HelloFresh per week, and it's really helped out my meal prep, essentially. Saves me a lot of mental energy and time, which I really like. Anyway, if you want to try it out yourself and you're in the US, you can click that link there in chat and support the stream while also getting yourself some tasty food at an initial discount. Give it a shot. Anywho, thank you so much for watching, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow for our variety day of the week. As usual, no Spire on Saturdays. Instead, we'll be playing Elderond and some Monster Train are my planned games. Looking forward to it. All right, folks, have a wonderful evening. Till next time, this is Baylor signing off saying toodaloo, my friends. And good night. I see Tactical Fried Rice is playing some Brotato, so I'm going to throw a raid over to Tactical Fried Rice. Tactical Fried Rice is one of the best and most consistent Brotato streamers out there. Friend of the channel, if you like Brotato, well, you're going to like what you see. Please enjoy, folks, and have a good one. Good night.